Hey, everything's going good. So I did a ton of updates to the remnant tracking tool too. It's actually got a lot more functionality than it did before. And I put it in the bot so anyone can use it as well. So they basically just, you go there, you get you make a copy of it. I might just set up a publish, so if I make more updates, it just auto updates it for everyone and just notifies them that there's new versions available. I think I might actually do that eventually. Just like straight versus sharing giving everyone a shareable link that would let me like push updates as soon as they happen. Gotta do some pathing maps. I didn't do any pathing maps. I was trying to get the new logging set up, but completely finished. The way it works now is it basically lets me, you can literally just say, oh, you can literally log every remnant and then hit the recipe inside a remnant and then hit a button. So, it's cool. So like here, I found a remnant, so I'm gonna say it has 2. We're gonna hit new remnant. I screwed that up. Two annuls. 1 annul. What do you mean, no match? There it goes. Then we have... How do you do that? This is the same remnant. Okay. You dropped another lock today? Nice. Okay. So what I'm gonna try and do now is I want to try and get enough data so that I can just like log the contents of every rune shape setup, so we can, and then just go from there, because like logging just the top line was not working. And you just hit the big button there. And the way that what this lets me do is it lets me assign like separate remnant IDs for every single remnant that I find. And the reason that's important is it lets me then determine every possible iteration and combination for every rune shape in the game. And since once we have that information, we can then use that to figure out the actual seed weights, the recipe weighting, and everything else like that. Then we can actually make a properly working probability calculator for everything. I was doing it just on the top line, but the problem is just doing the top line, it leaves a lot of holes. So you have to do basically every line, in a single remnant. Which is fine, it just takes a little bit more time, but, I mean, once you have all of the possible permutations that can be inside of a single remnant, then, like, that's helpful. Alright, so, here we've already marked the next remnant. Then I go and hit the button, and it does it again. Yeah, so the goal is, like, once we can figure out, like, every possible recipe combination and permutation, because, like, we know the current recipes, but we don't know, there's no info on what recipes can spawn together, right? So, like, without that info, we can't, like, actually make a working anything. Like, we could just predict socket counts, but, like, that's only half the picture, you know? Oh, you guys can need, here. Now you guys can see the new spreadsheet. There is a new command, by the way. It is public, so everyone can just copy it if they want it. So, like, here, we can do alchemy. Since I'm just tracking for what's in every remnant, it doesn't really matter what the map settings are here. Then I just hit the button. And then see that it puts an X right there. You can either hit the button or you can just manually select the next remnant. It's up to you. I figured having a button there would be good for people that they wanted to do it that way too. Gem. Master Jeweler's Orb. Two trans. Okay. Now we just mark the next revenant. So this lets me basically log everything now. There's like nothing like left for it all. So now it's just willpower. And I don't expect other people to do this at all. Next remnant. So basically what it does is it applies a remnant ID to every single one of these. So like when I like export it or look at it for like figuring out all the data, I can then like identify and figure out what the actual seed rune is in every single one of these. And then that lets us figure out what the seed runes for everything are, and then we can go from there to find seed rune weightings. And then once we have seed rune weightings, we can basically, yeah, it's just basically easy. Swift. Cyclonic. Alchemy. Expansive. Protective. Adaptive. And runic alloy. Enter. New remnant. Ring, amulet, belt, right? Ring, unique ring, belt, and amulet. You are UB unique. Okay. Alright, there's that one. So I can even do this on the pathing maps now, because I don't need, we're just trying to figure out like the actual rune shape combos for everything here, so. We do another one here. Lesser Adept rune. Lesser Glacial. 2x. Sometimes you just have to type the whole thing, and it's annoying. Oh, I can't. Yeah, we can't log that now. Because I don't know what it is. I can't see every recipe. You need to keep on boosting spark level Gemlin and you're at level 31. I mean, you're at level 31? That's probably why. Oh, spark level 31. I'm not too familiar with the spark Gemling. That's not what I'm playing at the moment. I've never actually played Gemling, so I wouldn't even know where to start to give you advice on that. If you're on like martial artist monk, I could help, but like, yeah, I haven't ever even touched that class, so as far as helping with that, I wouldn't even know where to start. Also, the README sheet's been updated too for the data logging tool here. So like, all we had to do now is basically get the information, and then we can figure everything out from there. Finding seed weights is like, as soon as we figure out the seed weightings, everything else falls into place, basically, because we know everything's recipe weighting, so from there we can just like basically deduce everything we would need to or ever want to know, basically. We just gotta get the seed weights. And for that, it doesn't matter how I do it, as long as I have it logged. Because I'm trying to get, like, every permutation for every remnant in here, right? So, like, as long as I get everything logged, it doesn't matter how I do it. Okay. New remnant. Blossom. Culmination. Vitality. 6 armor scrap. Does that work? Oh, that does work. Okay. Greater adept. Greater glacial. Four scrap, 1 adept, and glacial. And then I go over here and I just mark it for a new remnant. And then I can re-roll this one. Two dev, 3 dev. Oh, 2 dev and 1 dev. Enter new remnant. Blazing. I should not be doing this on the main, like, sharing sheet. Flux. The main, like, public sheet, I should not be using, like, this sheet for this. I put too many S's right there. There. What do you mean? Lesser Desert's not showing up? Oh, no wonder. Really? Is that even in the log, in the recipe list? Okay. I wonder. I know the wiki isn't complete. I've had to manually add some of them here. Yeah, that's not a recipe that the wiki had. I'm gonna have to add that one. That is, an interesting one here. Yes, I'm aware. We're trying to add a recipe. What is this recipe here? What is the rune shape for it? Fire, stone? Okay. Then I need to also add an alias for it. So that actual recipe right there isn't even on the wiki. It doesn't exist on the wiki. That's actually kind of crazy that, like, there's, like, more recipes than the wiki even has, like, knowledge of. If you think about it. Can I log this whole thing right? Yeah, we're good. So we're on the next remnant now. New remnant. GC. What else is here? GE and GR. GE. GR. New remnant. And then re-roll this one. That's crackling. Lesser storm. Resolve. Lesser. Then Arcanists. See, that's the reason I'm not taking, I'm not expecting anyone else to do this, like, tracking, because it just takes forever. Compared to, like, the normal other tracking that I've been doing. This just takes 3 times longer than that, so, like, I don't expect anyone else to do it, but I do need to make a copy sheet of the one that I'm using, so I'm not doing all of this on the main public sheet that everyone else is gonna have to use, and then have to go and clear when they want to use it. So I need to, like, change everything, basically, here. Basically, I just need to copy the sheet and then clear it. That's all I gotta do. Which I'm going to do right now. Go to check you out. I haven't yet, RM. Sorry, I just now saw that message. My bad. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of this. Alright, that way I'm not, like, doing all my work on the main public sheet that's for everyone else, and I'm just not, like, making the main public sheet look like shit. Okay, there we go, that's better. And this is gonna take like forever to log every remnant permutation possible. Three AUG. Oh shit, what did I just do? Uncut Spirit 19. Wait, is that not there? Do I have to keep going and checking for like... Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep doing that. Oh, it exists, it's just not here, it logged. Okay, there we go. Okay. LJO... Three Regals, 2 Exalt, and now new Remnant. Three GR, 3 GR, 3 GC, 3 GE, 1 GC. Oh yeah, I don't need to type the 1, it's just GC. GE. And GR probably, right? Yeah, GR. Enter. Okay.
Another step on the road.
So basically, what is the name of this game? Path of Exile 2. At the moment, is what I'm playing. So I'm starting to see the seed runes pattern here. Like, this one's got a rebirth seed, you know? Or what? Or Arcanus. Alright, there we go. 6 wet. Protective and Chaos. This one, I don't see the seed on this one. Oh, right here, Bloodletting seed. So we just need the seeds for the rarer recipes and we'll be good. You are, UB, and unique amulet. So we gotta go, you are. Unique belt. Unique amulet. Enter. New remnant. Wait, that's not a new one. That's the same one. Oops. Okay, new remnant starts here. Okay, reroll it, and expansive glass, regal, exalt. Okay, so expansive. Honestly, this would be much easier if I could just have this on my chat screen, and I didn't have to keep like alt tabbing to double check the counts and everything. 3 regal, 3 exalt. Alright, there we go. That's done. So yeah, we're starting to find seed runes setups here, so that's like huge. Alright, this is gonna be a big one. So we have New remnant here. Transcendent. Did I not spell that right? Transcend. It's an E. I typoed it. Yeah. Transcendent. Celestial. Sovereign. Mystic. Prismatic. Swift. Cyclonic. Alchemy. Expansive. Protective. Adaptive, and then adaptive, and then 2 runic. Okay, now we do another remnant. We're getting closer to figuring out the seed weights. This is actually good. That just hit a 9, so now we have 3 in all. Two annul, 1 annulment. Oh, I just need to type annul. I forget that, like, it's not set up to have that. I just type if it's this 1, it just assumes it's 1. Level 20 con. Enter conductive. Propulsion. Nova. March living. Really? It doesn't pick up? Okay, maybe I have to go level. And then level 20 living. VP. Concussive. Conductive. Where am I at? Propulsion. Frost flame. Past. Okay, we'll just have to type fragments there. Fragments. Oh, what is the name of this? Yeah, I already answered that. March and living. What? Why is that not working? I'll just have to type eternal. I guess that don't have that shorthand in there for that. Eternal March. Detonate living. New remnant. Alright. There we go. Here, Driller's Orbs, 3 gem. 3 glass. 2 gem. 2 glass. Lesser Driller's Orb. Spirit, 2 trans. 2 aug. What do you mean there's no match for that? Okay, and next remnant. So far I've tracked like 25 remnants so far in like 37 minutes. This is rough. So what I'm trying to do is I'm literally trying to find like the seed weights. If we could find seed weights and like the seed runes for everything here, then basically we can just just use that to deduce everything. Perfect Og. What are you doing? We're trying to figure out the seed weights for the remnant runes, so we can then use that to figure out the spawn rates of everything, so we can make like a probability calculator for how long it's gonna take you to find a boon. Which just means I basically have to log every single remnant that I find and its entire contents to find out the seeding on it. And then go from there. But, like, once it's done, it's done. The problem is there's no information as to, like, what remnants can spawn together. Like, so, like, the wiki's actually missing recipes. Like, straight up, it's missing entire recipes. I've had to add some to, like, my database here on the spreadsheet to figure it out. So there's that, and then on top of that, it doesn't have, like, any information as to, like, what the seed runes are for everything. So, like, this one here has an oath rune seed. Everything on this setup is an oath rune seed, right? We can see that. It's... So 3GR, what's next? 3GC. 3GE. GC. BE, GR, and then I just set that that's that entire remnant. So basically, every time I set this X, it applies a new remnant ID to everything. So every remnant that I'm tracking has its own ID. So then we can use that to then figure out everything's total amount of recipes that it can have in like the total permutations that each seed can have, and then we can just basically just go from there. Like, see, this one has a rebirth seed. Okay, mark that one. There's actually a button at the top of the sheet here for like a new remnant too. Not at the moment. There's actually, I actually have settings built in here for if I was using an older saga, I just set the setting and it maps it for older sagas. So it tracks it for that too. At the moment, I'm just running random, stuff here. Okay, is that another one that doesn't exist? Let's see. No, it exists. I just don't know the aliases for it. I guess I just have to type. There we go. Okay. Basically, everything I have in here has like a shorthand alias. So I usually I don't have to type anything, but some of these, like, don't actually have recipes that were on the wiki, so they're incorrect. Can I show it's on the Google Doc here. It's actually, here you go. There you go. So yeah, it's all actually on a public Google document, so the main sheet is here if the bot doesn't work. And then you just copy it. Alright, there you go. Alright, yeah, so apparently the bot's not working for that, so. Anyways, there's the tool for it. So yeah, it's actually cool. So basically you go up here, you set all your map settings, your map tier, the area level, the map mods, if you're running, how many +2 mod tablets you have, and then it basically does and then it basically will add up the total mods. You set your Alder Saga affixes, your Atlas Master, the Dory. You go over to these tabs and you set like which passive perks you have for each master here, and then you just log it. Every time you can either use the new remnant button or you can use the drop down here to start a new remnant. And then everything you log gets saved into this export sheet permanently. And then, so if you need to clear the export sheet, there is a clear export sheet button here, and it does work. But it took me a while to build it, but now that it's built and it works, it basically will streamline the entire process of figuring out remnant weightings and then everything else like that. Okay, that's the wrong sheet. Okay, that one's done. Okay. I hate this one. I honestly just need to go add in an alias for it. Or I just want to be able to type in level 19 T-Flux and go from there. Alright. Chance. And then I just type in chance. Then I mark the next remnant. And it just logs it. So basically it assigns every remnant its own ID. And then you just use that ID to then figure out what the seed weights are. Prismatic. And next. Well, I figure it shouldn't take too, like, this has an opulent seed. Almost looks like it has an opulent seed, but it doesn't. This is a toxic seed. So we got decay, discovery, shattering, Titan, detonate. So I thought. Then UJ, and then next. Yeah, so the button is kind of like, it doesn't really, it's not great once you get way far down the list, so that's why I left the manual thing in there. Perfect orb, perfect trans, so... Well, it is interesting that the wiki is actually missing entire recipes. Did I spell that wrong? I did. Can I just, like, not... There's no shorthand for that? Okay. What's up? Yeah, heart. Glancing. Stability. Flux 18. It's 18. Encourage. Reinforcement. Charging. And ward. Okay, now we have memory, sky. I actually probably should run some Alder Saga setups here. Just to get, like, the higher socket ones knocked out quicker. Because that's all we really care about is the, like, we don't care about the shit set. Okay, so I just needed... Okay, is this another one that doesn't exist? Okay, it's actually right here. No, it exists. It's just not showing up. There's not enough shorthand options for it. VP. Rain. Blades. Runic Infusion. And some of these just take way too long to type. I wish I could, like, program an autofill function here. I mean, I probably could. Huh? And then, what's the last one here? Alright, next, a remnant. Yeah, I might have to go run some, like, all+6 maps or something like that to get enough data to, like, actually build this. Okay, Flux 18. Yeah, I'm just gonna go back and copy that, because that's much easier than doing this. Courage. Reinforcement. Charging. And ward. Alright. since I can mark Alder Saga's maps and it's already, like, the logic is already there for, like, determining the new baseline, it would be faster to do this on Alder Saga maps. At least for finding the high-end remnant recipes. But then, I don't want to, like, that's a lot of, like, divs just to throw down the drain. Because, like, running the maps makes it take, like, 3 times longer than I would want, you know? Like, it already takes a long time to set this up, to, like, log every recipe inside a remnant. Like, I'm only 27 remnants in right now. And then, like, also just running the maps on top of that, man, that would take forever. I mean, I don't have, I do have a bunch of Alder Saga maps already open and ready to go. I just gotta remember where they all are. I mean, they're freaking everywhere. I think everything, like, over here might be, actually. Yeah, like... I mean, I do have a bunch of Alder Sagas that I could just use, too. But yeah, right here, there's a set. Here's like a full area full of Alder Saga maps. I mean, 1x7 is actually, I mean, I usually don't like running 1x7s, but it would let me get the seed weightings for 1x for 7 maps much faster. Do I have any, like, actual map running tablets that I can just run the map after I'm done setting it up? Let's see. Yeah, that'll work. So, yeah. Let's do that. Let's do a few 1x7s just to get the 7-socket remnant seeds a little bit faster. Because that's what we, like, once we have the rarer ones, so let me go up here and change this to a 1 guaranteed 7 for this map set. Then start it. So we got 3 GR, 3 GC, 3 GE, GC, GE, GR. Okay.
Another step on the road.
Agony, draining, spinning, new remnant. Following, bodyguards, equinox, obsession, and armature. And then we set this. So I have like a calculator already, right? But it basically is purely off socket size probabilities. And I wasn't really happy with that because, like, there's socket size, there's, like, so there's recipes that are, like, 5 sockets that are rarer to see than recipes that are, like, 7 sockets, right? So using just socket size probabilities doesn't tell us shit as to the actual probabilities. We need the seed weight probabilities for, like, any kind of accuracy. Accumulation. I definitely spelled that wrong. Hunt. Wait, isn't it acrobatics and hunt? Hunt. Flux 18. Wait. Rune of the Hunt. Why is there no... What the heck? Okay, that now shows up. Adaptive and 3 regals. Okay, what do we got? Swift Chaos. Okay, so we got Swift Chaos. How many Chaos? 2 Chaos. 2 Chaos. 3 Alchemy. 3 Exalt, I believe, right? Alchemy. Chaos. 2 Exalt. 1 Runic. Runic Ally. Regal and Exalt. Wouldn't it be crazy if you could just email and give you all the stats? They won't. They won't. It's all per... If they wanted those stats to be easily accessible, Cheech, they would have made them to where you could just data mine it. And as of right now, that's all server side handled. So you can't even just so basically you have to brute force it. Which is fine. I mean, it gives me something to do on stream. But once we have it, like, it's not like, even if they go through and change it, basically, like, with the way this sheet is set up, it'll like maybe take us 3 or 4 days to, after a patch, to fix it and get all the new values. So it won't even take too long once we have the initial, like, everything. So, like, the biggest thing is out of the way was making a tool that can accurately track everything. And that was honestly the biggest thing. Because the way this day works is I tell it the remnant, I tell it this new remnant, it then autofill, and then I tell it the item, and then autofills the exact rune combination here. So that's like that's the biggest thing, is like making a tool that can accurately and efficiently track all the needed information, you know? Alright, so this is a big one. Symbiosis. Salvaging. Can I type, please? Annihilation. Did I spell that wrong? Yes, it's spelled with 2 N's. Always do that. Bro. That is. Oh, yeah, I typed an A instead of an I. Bro. What is that? Yeah, I cannot type. I need to honestly just make that one like to be able to type in Annie and it needs to pop up here. Unless it's one that doesn't exist. No, it does exist. I'm just like terrible at spelling today, apparently. Okay, this is another one. I hate typing this one. It's just annoying. So, like, I've tried to make shorthands for everything, but it doesn't quite work sometimes. Courage, reinforcement, charging. And then Ward. Alright, new remnant. So, it also, like, it tracks, like, everything. It tracks map settings. It tracks, your Atlas Masters, the map level, how many tablets you're running that have +2 random mods on them. Basically, any useful metric that could be used to determine any kind of information, it has settings that you just set and it tracks automatically. And you know what's really weird? Is there's actually recipes that the wiki doesn't have. So initially I just pulled all the recipes off the wiki and then put them in here. That's how I like initially was gonna build it. But like, the more I got into this, I found like 3 recipes that the wiki doesn't even have on it. So I've had to like manually add them in. So like technically my database for the rune shapes and everything is actually more up to date than the wikis. Okay, where's my 1x7 here? Perfect trans, and then medveds. Swift. UJ, 3 out, and 3 X, 2 trans, lesser ward, lesser rebirth, then regal. Swift, Iconic, Alk, Expansive, but I figure like once I get like once I can like get enough data to determine the actual weightings for each seed rune, then we can use that to basically then just extrapolate and build a like an actual functioning probability calculator. Send an alloy, and that's all that's in this one. Three perfect trans and then room fathers. Really? Is that not in there? Oh, I typoed it. No wonder it's not showing up. Alright. Yeah, so all we really need to find is the base, seed weights here. And then basically once we have that, it's like, it basically just writes it, the rest of it writes itself. 3 Regal, 2 Exalt. Alright, and then we just mark this one. That one's done. So far I've tracked 55 remnants on stream today. According to the, actually it's 56 because there's the 0 one. But, so that gives us it's a start. Like, once we get all the possible rune weight, rune permutations, and like recipe combinations per remnant, then we can start actually building a actual proper working like calculator type thing here. Since this is an Alder Saga map, I'm gonna run it. I know it's gonna take everything take more time, but like throwing away Alder Saga maps is a bad idea. I mean, I don't really need the money, but like still, I'd rather not do that. I mean, it's just a 1x. But still, I mean, it is a 1x on the worst map in the game, too. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna do this one. The biggest thing is finding out the higher end 7-socket recipes, rune settings, and then once we have that, it's basically everything. The lower end stuff, it doesn't really matter too much. We just need like the actual seed weightings for the higher end stuff. Hey, killed. I mean, it doesn't make it take too much longer. It's like an extra 2 minutes, but still. It does increase the time. I don't have any boons yet. What do you recommend to farm them? Tier 16 has the highest modifiers for finding the higher socket items, so definitely you want to be running tier 16. There is some supporting data from my own testing that shows that the amount of modifiers on the map side pool of your stuff affects the amount of high socket rune counts you get, but it's kind of inconclusive at the moment because the rune slot setup socket count is not really very meaningful without the seed weightings. So like we just know that, oh, you can slightly increase the amount of high tier sockets you have by running like +2 random map mods on like a 7 mod tier 16. But that doesn't paint the whole story because we don't necessarily know what the actual weightings for every rune is. So like there's like you know the mirror and the lock recipes are 9 sockets, but those are rarer than the 10 socket like boons. So it's kind of like it creates this weird thing. Like we have like only 50% of the total needed information. So like at the moment, +2 random map mods works. I know effectiveness works. Item rarity and monster rarity, you easily oversaturate those. Don't worry about that on your tablets. So basically, effectiveness +2 random map mods and a 7 mod tier 16. It should net you your best results. And then use Jado. Like I'm using Dory right now. Just because I'm trying to like keep everything like somewhat level as far as that goes, but like definitely want to use Jado if you're actually trying to farm here. I had an all +6 map somewhere. I don't even remember where it's at though. Like the original assumption from the original data sets that I had gathered was that it scales off waystone %, but I kind of disproved that. And I mean the map mod thing might get disproved eventually too, but like for now, you know, I am running +2 mod tablets. I really need to update this. Three. $56 separate remnants now here. Mystic and Masterwork. Hello? Why is that not showing up? Okay, on the next slot here. Vital Flame. They can controller cord. Spirit 19. Lesser Jeweler's Orb. 3 Regal. 2 Exalt. Okay, that's done. Alright. 6 wet, 6 etcher. I'm hoping by the end of the day, I will have enough data to like determine the actual seed weights here. GC, GE, GR, or at least enough data to start like making some headway on that. Chase and a new remnant. GC, GR, no, that's GE. After 6, once I get to like 200 total remnants tracked though, it should be starting getting, should at least start, to where we can see some like decent data on the seed weights. Because, like, you see this one? This one has an Othrin seed, right? But it's only 2 sockets. Three alchemy. I know this is probably boring as hell to watch. I'm sorry. I know. 3 Exalt, 2 Trans. Lesser Ward. Lesser Rebirth, and Regal. Enter. Mystic, Prismatic. Swift. Cyclonic. Alchemy. Expansive. Protective, Adaptive, Runic. And next minute. Alright, here's a 7 socket. Alder Saga. Piranha. Did I type that wrong? I did. Piranha Saga. Utrids and Medveds. So this is actually good because like the Alder Sagas, we can get the more there's 2 possible Alder Saga remnants. This one where it's in the top slot, and there's another one that's got Cardigans and Epiphany, and it's in the bottom slot. So this gives us one of the Alder Saga seeds, and then we can find, and then if I can find the other Alder Saga seed, then we can basically, then I can start building a, like, how I can actually basically tell everyone exactly how often the Alder Sagas should be showing up based on their seeds. Greater Robust. What else is in here? Greater Resolve and Adept. So, basically, I just gotta get to find out the exact seeds for the Elder Saga now. I just need the other one. And this will also let us know exactly how many different recipe permutations there is per seed, which then we can use that to calculate probability. I'm not going to re-roll that one. LJO, Lesser Jeweler, 3 Regal, 3 Regal, and then 2 Exalts. And once we have that, though, it's just, I mean, I'm not going to say it's simple probability math, because it is not simple math, but we can figure it out from there. And then I'll build, like, another spreadsheet that's basically, and since we're logging the Elder Saga affixes, too, since I can set the settings for that, we can also then find the probability rate for every Elder Saga affix in the game, too. So when you use an Elder Saga type thing. Okay, we are at 70 tracked remnants now. And I'm gonna run that Elder Saga. I kind of, like, need to. Ooh, another 7. This is actually good. Okay, uncut skill 19. Come on, let me... Ward. And mind, and then another skill gem. X. Okay. Reroll that one. Expansive 2. Okay, so we got... And... So... 2 glass, 3 regal, 2 exalt. Next. How many rows are on this one? Because I have a feeling I'm going to need as many rows as I can get here. Alright, that's better. I need more than 1,000 rows for this to work. Alright. Perfect trans. Perfect aug. 3 chaos. Mystic. 5 random. I think I saw 5 random, right? I did. Swift. 2 chaos. Three alchemy. Yeah, this is gonna be hype though when I can actually like pull the seed weights in every possible rune permutation here out of this, and then we can like make a calculator that like for like finding your boons, like what's the best map, everything like that, you know. Chaos. One chaos. Where am I right here? 1 chaos, 2 exalt. Runic, regal, and then 1 exalt. Runic, regal, exalt, enter, and we're done with that one. All right. and 3 of perfect Og, and then rune binders. Really? I must not have like a shorthand for that one. Next. Right. 2 glass, 3 regal. Do exalt. I don't need to alt tab for every recipe. I could literally just like look at them and remember it. It will speed things up a little bit. Warding, hollowing, bodyguards. Okay, so Ecomax obsession armor, sure. Alright. This was like doing that because I wanted like double check accuracy, but yeah, it's just slowing me down. Oh, oops. Yeah, that needs to be an X. UJ, okay, Alchemy Exalt. Give me 3 Exalt. 2 Trans. Yeah, Lesser Ward, Lesser Regal Earth. And then Regal. Enter. That's done. Alright, we're good there. Okay, Nourishment, Courage, Desperation. Okay. Disintegration. What? Then protection reinforcement. Alright, that's done. So basically I'm up to like 70 diff, 70 remnants logged now. 77. So it's getting closer to where I can actually start like putting it all together. I'm not gonna do this though. Here, so here we got 3 greater trans. Or sorry, 1 greater trans. There, that's greater Og. Uncut support. Support gem and uncut skill gem. And re-roll it. What do we get? 1 div. So this is actually, this 1 div recipe is actually one of the recipes that isn't actually present on the wiki. So I found like 3 or 4 recipes so far that the wiki doesn't even have on the list of like possible recipes. So at this point, like the database is built into that spreadsheet that I'm using, which is public. I think there's a bot command for it. It's like exclamation tool or something like that. So the database that's built into that is actually more accurate than the wikis, because it's more. I have all the recipes in it now, basically, unless I find another one that's not in it. But I'm pretty sure I have them all. Which is kind of nuts here. UJ, Alchemy, 3 Alch, 3 Exalt, 2 Trans, Lesser War, Lesser Rebirth, and then Regal. And that's done. Okay, I want that. Oh, the only thing out of this map that I actually want is the Elder Saga. Because running the Elder Sagas maps will let me get the high socket permutations faster to determine the seeds for the high socket remnants. Because I think the high socket is so I think like the 3 to 5 more than likely there's like seed breakpoints where like it has to have 2 seeds present to like for it to hit 7 sockets on a remnant on the roll. So, and then like for like a 3 socket it only needs like 1 seed present to like if that makes any sense. Or the other way they could have done it, they could have made it so it's every rune has its own weighting. And that weighting determines the, then determines that with, like, on top of, like, socket size or something like that. They could do that, but I'm pretty sure it rolls the seed weight independently of the socket. So the seed then determines the socket. But we can't, without, like, the permutation, the possible permutations for every seed, it's really hard to determine that. So that's why we have to gather enough data to basically get every single remnant's possible recipe permutations that like gets us something we don't have right now. We know all the recipes, but we don't know like how many different versions of every recipe there can be. So like there's 2 Elder Sagas recipes, right? There's 2 different seeds for Elder Saga type thing. And without that information, we're just working on incomplete info. That's actually what we need. That's huge. There's an all 7 map here. And a more. Oh, shit. And an all at a 1x8. So yeah, we'll just path to that. We'll be good. That should, with the 1x7, it should give me a ton of data on the high socket ones that I wouldn't be able to get like otherwise. So having the high socket remnant data will be huge. And there's a 1x8 there too, so we can use that as well to get like a guaranteed 8 socket again to basically give us more data on the rare versions of everything here. Because that's what's gonna take the longest amount of time, is getting those like rare high socket values for their rune shapes. Like with the low sockets won't take too long, right? Like the 3 sockets, there's only a handful of combinations for those. Same thing with like the 4 and the 5s, and they're common. But those high socket ones, you basically have to run Elder Sagas to get those efficiently. If you want to find as many of the possible permutations as possible. The biggest thing for finding the Elder Saga seed, and the reason I think there's 2 different seeds, is the Cardigans and Epiphany Remnant, right? That one has a version where it has no Elder Saga, and there's a version of it that has an Elder Saga. So it tells me there's 2 different seed states for that Remnant, to have an Elder Saga versus not having an Elder Saga, more than likely. So we need to find one of each of those, and then we can find the Elder Saga setup. And since I'm running tablets, I could run Jado, the lucky reroll. I just gotta set that. I think I gotta go double check my Jado settings in my sheet here. So what am I running? Keen Appraisal, Eastern Knowledge, Wrong Hands. I think that's alright, right? I don't think I'm running wrong. What am I actually running? On my Jado. Unexpected missions, Eastern Knowledge, partial terms. So yeah, I need to change this to unexpected missions. Because it'll also calculate the Jado stuff at the end here too. Like, because Jado has a set average for her tablet perk, right? Which is it's gonna be like an average of 20% boost to your tablets. So after enough sample size, even with Jado, you can like average out that 20%. And for what I'm doing right now, I just want the rare remnant recipes, so that 10% chance to reroll lucky for the and keep the rare version actually will be helpful. Plus, I already have a ton of Dory data. I don't have any Jado data, and I don't have any Elder Saga data. But since I now have a Moor and an all +7 map and a 1x8 map, I could probably find most of the recipes really quickly for those remnant types, because there's not a very many, like, there's not a lot of seeds there. Alright, so... Okay, we go over here, we change this to Jado. See, even changing it to Jado adds an additional map mod, because that's already programmed into the sheet. Depending on your map mod choice. Or your perk choice. The static one does. For the other side, you have to just, for the tablet perk boost, you kind of have to, like, just take the average. Because it's only, like, gonna at most add an additional 2 mods, and at the minimum it'll add, like...
Step on the road less traveled.
Here. Okay, so we got... Crackling... Blazing... Chilling... Alchemy, 2 runic, alloy, and 3 artificers. New remnant. Okay, re-roll this one. Prowess. Mutation. Consistency. And prism. Okay, so rune of the prism. Maybe I have to type it that way. There we go. That's done. Next remnant will be Path of Alder. Cruelty. Winter. Inspiration and trans. And the next one, reroll this. Wet, Protective Chaos. Oh, 6 wet. 6 wet. Protective Chaos. Expansive. Two glass. This will also give me more data on the effective map mods too here, because all the data from yesterday was basically on Dory. So adding in more map mods here will give me more data on that effect, and then we can use that to also figure out like what's best to run. Splinters. Blossom. Combination. And Vitality. 6 scrap. That was a recipe that actually wasn't in the wiki. I had to like add that manually. Greater Glacial. Oh, sorry, the 2 scrap recipe, not the 6 one. 4 scrap. Adept and Glacial. Alright. X. And re-roll it. Augmentation. 3 greater Aug. Uncut Spirit Gem. Spirit 19. 3 Regal, 2 Exalt. And next. Perfect Trans. Swift. See, this is a rebirth. This is an adaptive seed here. Oh, I just need to type in alchemy on that. The 1 is not needed on this at all. It's just basically alchemy. Chaos. 2 Exalt. Runic Alloy, and what else? Runic Alloy, Regal, and an Exalt. And next Remnant. Flux 18. You. When was the last time I saw one of those? Courage. Enforcement. Charging. And ward. Oh, well, that's actually a greater ward, but like... And greater charging. Alright, that's better. Alright, that one's done. Next. Okay, so we're at 100 logged remnants so far with the contents of every single remnant logged now. So we're getting to a point where we should be able to, like, once we run that all+7 map and we get some more high socket remnant data overall, we should be getting close to where I can, like, then try and find the actual weights here. Did I spell that right? I always spell that wrong. Yeah, so we need the other Transcendent setup too. There's another Transcendent setup that has like a bunch of other stuff in it. Yeah, that there. Protective Chaos. Alright, reroll that. Swift Chaos Alchemy. Chaos. Runic Alloy Regal. I type? Alright, that's done. Mark, if that one is done. And now Medveds and 3 Greater Regal. Actually, I think that's the first Medveds I've seen. 3GR. Here. No, that's not very rare. Unique. That's not right. Regreater trans. Alright, that one's done. Is that it for this map? I think it is. Oh, there's one right here. Yeah, that's done. I think that's everything on this map, so, except for this one here, Cyclonic, 3 Alchemy, 3 Glass, Expansive, two Glass. 2 Glass actually wasn't on the wiki. That's another one that I had to add. The one div, another one that was really weird that wasn't on the wiki was 1 div. The recipe for 1 div wasn't present on the wiki. I had to add that one in manually to the sheet. Okay, we got Decay. Discovery. This is an opulent seed, I think. Actually, this is 2 seeds, I think. Shattering. Titan. Detonation. And jewelry. That's done. What we got? Mystic, Prismatic, Swift. Okay. Cyclonic. Alchemy. Expansive. Protective, Adaptive. I think it was a Runic Alloy, right? Yeah, 2 Runic. And next one. Alright, we have 100 logged remnants now. So basically at this point I should... Ooh! Here's a big one. 3 perfect trans, and then that's tinning. Oh, tending. Duh. Alright, there we go. That's tending. So that's the second time I've seen that exact recipe. So that's one thing. Another thing that will be good is we can go in and like see the occurrence rate of every single exact recipe with this data here too. Two aug. What do you mean there's no match for 2 augment? Okay. I need to actually fix that, okay. Next map. Oh, I missed one. DJ and 2 chaos. Three GR, 3 GC, 3 GE, and then what is it? 1 GC, Exalt. See, I've seen that recipe too before. So like, it's not random what shows up in the runes, right? Like, the recipes are always going to be the same. But okay, so we have level 20 rain here. Level 20 rain. Level 20 minions. Explosive. Okay, then we have memory. Okay, I remember I had that one, and it's on the list. I just don't remember it is. Huh. I know it's in here, right here. I just don't want to type the whole name. I mean, I probably could have just typed the whole name. It would have been faster, but whatever. Sky. Erosion. What else am I missing on this one? Parasite pile. Man, this has a lot of stuff in it. Rain of Blades. What else is in here? Any confusion? By the way, if anyone else wants to like help with this, the sheet is public. Here's the link to it. Give me a second. I'll get you guys a clean link for the main sheet here. All right, here you go. So this is the public sheet. If anyone else wants it. So the way it works is you just set your map tier. You tell it how many map mods are on your map. You tell it how many tablets you have with +2 modifiers on the drop down. Then the tablet, and then it autofills this. You tell it if your map has an Aldrich Saga affix, and then you like tell it your Atlas Master. You go over here, you tell it which skills you have on your Atlas Master for each master, depending on which one. And then for every time you find a new remnant, you just hit the drop down here and it gives everything a new remnant ID, right? And then you just type in whatever the recipe is, and it automatically logs the rune shape, everything, socket count. And there's also a drop down for like Alder Saga maps and everything like that too. So like it took a while to build it the way I wanted it, basically, to say the least. Runic Infusion, Extraction. Fist of Calgar and Warbound. Voltaic Barrier. What else is in here? Hollow Shell Transmutation Switchers. Actually, I have to type explosive. Otherwise, he's gonna think it's a orb. And then it's what, Runic Splinters? Or Animus Splinters. Alright, that one's done. I think I'm done with this map after I reroll this here. Hollowing, Bodyguards, Equinox, Obsession, Armature. Alright, there we go. Alright, map's done. Next map's now a 1x8, so that'll give us at least one 8 socket to log. And then as we work our way towards that all plus 7, the all plus 7 is what we really want there. Once we get that all plus 7 done, we should have a good enough amount of data on the 7 socket and above I'm not going to count the more. It's a static and I don't have a way of like designating, oh, this had a more on the sheet, so I'm just not going to count it. Because there's no way for me to designate more, yo. Alright, so we go Exhumed Ruins. I go up here. I set this to 1x8. So it knows that there is a guaranteed 8 socket in here on the log. So it doesn't skew the data, because like if I didn't do that, it would skew data. So that's why that setting's there. Flux 19. God dang it. I hate that freaking alias. There's some... Okay. Grim Pillars. Yeah, this is the first remnant that I've seen with the setup. Oh shit. I didn't mark this as a different remnant. And there we go. Okay. So that's good. It's like, that's the whole thing. We need to see, like, we need to get, like, at least one version of every remnant set up. And then from there, we can figure out seed weights. Runeforged Blood, right? Blades. Duh. Runeforged Blades. There are some manifestations. Grim Pillars, Bitter Dead. Wait. this was supposed to all be level 20. I screwed up. Okay. Big Red Grim, Bitter Dead. Alright, that's better. And then Grim Pillars again. Alright, that's better. Okay. Fixed it. Alright, reroll it. What do we got? Piranha Saga and Greater Exalts. That's another one that I haven't seen yet. I don't think. We're getting, for every time we find one that I haven't seen, it actually is super helpful. Because it's a permutation that, like, was previously unknown. Okay, 3 Perfect Og. Ooh. We haven't seen this one yet. Not to type the whole thing. Fuller's Hunt, Thread's Might. Catalyst Bloom. Carnage. And then Wildness. Mass Rune. Cancel. No. Why is that not showing up? Is it not here? It is. Alright, what else is missing now? Spring. Summer. Okay, that's done. Next remnant here. I know this is really boring to watch probably, and I am sorry, but like, trust me, it'll be worth it when we have all the data compiled here. Once I hit that all +7 though, it should give us enough data on the adaptive alloy, and then what was it? 2 runic? Yeah, 2 runic. Alright, that's done. Next one, enter Greater GCGEGR. GCGEGR. Done. Oh, that was an easy one. when the abbreviations are just basically is already in there for like 2 letters, that it makes it so much faster. 3 div, 2 div, 1 div. Witchcraft. Reach. Foundations, Renown. Lesser Ward, Lesser Mind. And then Artificers. Isn't making spreadsheets for a game kind of pushing things a bit far? I mean, not if you're trying to figure out statistics and odds. Since like you can't like just straight up data mine the odds for the like the boons and stuff. This is basically if you want to know it to give the information to the whole community or something like that. Like this is the only way you can do it. I mean, maybe this is fun for me. It's a puzzle that I could solve. Like that's fun for me. Actually, my RuneShape database is actually more comprehensive at this point than the wikis. The wikis is missing like recipes completely. Right. That's a good. Can I like my POV? Yeah, give me 1 second here. I got you here. Give me 1 second. Alright, there you go. I mean, I mean, I get enough, like, on the long form, I don't really care. Honestly. Like, everyone wants to know the information, but, like, nobody, like, so that's, like, if you don't want to watch it, that's all on you, man. Six etcher, 4 wet. Like... Like, and, like, there's not really, like, what am I gonna do? Go farm for divs that I don't really need? Like, push for 100? Like, that's really all that's left. So, for me to do, so, like, at least this way I can, like, stay entertained with the game and have something to do that's not, like... 3 Regal, and then 2 Exalt. And then on top of that is like it helps the entire like community of the entire game too, because like it's information that like we don't know. Like, with enough data, basically, we could basically make a complete, like, up-to-date, complete probability calculator with the seed weights of, like, how long it's gonna take you to find every boon. Like, I think that's, like, somewhat of, like, and, like, what map types are gonna have the highest odds, etc. Because, like, we could track all of that. So, I think that's stuff that, like, people actually want to know. Oh. Hey. You know? So, I don't know. Alright, reroll that one, and 2 gem, 2 glass. Lesser Jeweler's Orb again. I mean, and another thing, the more copies I get of this, like of every thing here, the better I can estimate the weights. And then next remnant. This is much slower to do though than like just tracking the remnants themselves. I'll be honest. I'm not even gonna run this. Alright. I just need to get to that all plus 7 map. Once I hit that all plus 7 map and I start logging everything on the all plus 7 map, it should give enough data on this in general to start putting together like everything. Alright, here we go. I gotta get 2 path maps and then we're at the all plus 7. And I need a new tablet here too. I think I have a ton of these tablets just sitting here. Because right now this is what we're missing. I don't have, like, I have a ton of, like, the data on, like, the possible permutations of, like, the lower end runes setups, but I don't have anything on the higher end ones, so... And then I need to get my another tier 16 out for the map. Yeah. And this one I'll probably actually end up running. Simply because it's an all plus 7 and I'm not going to leave like 50 div on the table that I can use for like more testing. But I'm hoping by the time I end stream tonight, I have enough like data to like then start at least compiling it. And then we should be able to determine seed weights, recipe weights, and like all the possible permutations for every socket and recipe seed. Like once we have all that, basically you have everything that you need. You can basically perfectly predict. All right, we need another Alder Saga here. I'm literally just opening Alder Saga's maps right now because I need more high socket data. So we're gonna open this up as an Alders 5 socket. Lucky, that's fine. Whatever. If I was kind of wish I got another all plus 7, that would have been perfect. But like, oh well. Happens. All right. So we have enough. Yeah, we do. Okay. Here we go. Bleached all plus 7. Bleach is like the worst map too. But it is good enough. I gotta go scroll all the way back up to the top here and set this to all plus 7. Alright, here we go. This one's gonna take me a bit to do, because logging all the all plus 7 stuff, there's a ton of like stuff inside of them here, so... And then we have... Okay, mark it as a new remnant now, re-roll it.
The step.
Breath of Alder. Cruelty. So, I'm hopeful after this map, it will give us enough data to start at least building at least like a rough model of the rune weightings and everything else. Alright, next one.
Step on the road less traveled.
Perfect trans medbeds. See, what I need is the second Alder's saga setup. That's the one that I really need right now the most. So the Catagan's Epiphany and so there's another version of this. This spawns Alder's saga as well. Did I spell that wrong? Yeah, I did. Dude, why isn't it showing up? Catagans. Oh, I'm missing an I. Duh. Oh, there it goes. Okay. And then Celestial. Alright, next Remnant. Yeah, so I need the Elder Saga version of this Remnant. And then I'll have like all the permutations for that one too. Once we get that, it'll be good. Okay, so we got Betrayal of Alder. Agony. Draining. Spinning. And then mark it as the next one. So that's 130 remnant. Okay, test. Okay, that's working now, but it has none of the filters or background stuff. Is it okay? Am I like, you guys can hear me now? How long has it been muted? I've been like talking this whole time. Oh my god. So, did you see the spreadsheet? That's funny. Oh, that I made for this, Milano? I actually made it so it like assigns like remnant IDs to every single remnant so that I can use like find every single permutation and remnant combination in the game. Basically for every recipe seed, so then I can use the seeds to then find the actual weighting so we can make like an actual like reliable usable like weighting boon calculator to figure out like how many the best maps to run to get boons on, etc. And like the odds of finding a boon on whatever map. Once we have the weightings, we can make that work perfectly. So that's what I'm working on right now. I have basically I'm missing like 2 of them at the moment. I'm missing 2 of the 7-socket recipes. I'm missing the 10-socket actual like rune setup recipe, and I'm missing the shit. What else am I missing? I'm missing the 3 perfect chaos recipe. So far, I'm missing the very rare unique item recipe. And I think that's the big ones at the moment that I don't have like the entire recipe list logged down for. So it's basically just the high socket ones that I'm missing right now. So I'm running like older Sagas maps right now to try and get through it as quickly as possible, because I would love to start like getting all the data put together by the end of stream today. We can do that, that'll be great. Okay, so I don't know why my mic was not working at all. Earlier. I don't know how long it's been muted. That's a good question. Has it literally been muted all day? It can't, because I was talking to someone earlier. It had to have been like when I muted the mic when a little bit ago. It just broke it. Okay, I need another all+7 map or something here to try and at least get the missing recipes. You want to play a map with me? I can't, I mean, you can come in with me, but like you're... Oh, perfect. Another one, all+7. Okay, that is actually going to be... That's huge. Like, that is huge. I mean, I can bring you in after I'm done doing all the logging and stuff and, like, invite you then. I guess I could do that if you want to run. Just drop me your name and I'll send you an invite. Because, I need to log this all+7 now. Trying to find the missing Alder Saga recipe, like, variant here, because, if we can find that, we're good. I have a Discord DM from someone here, too.
Step on the road less traveled.
Alright, let's see. We got 3 perfect augmentation here. And what else? Catlas. Okay, so I need the 3 perfect chaos recipe. And I need the recipe that I'm missing that doesn't have for the Alder Saga. once I get those, we will have basically everything we need. Okay, so there's the Alder Saga one that I already have. Putrids. Artificers. Greater Robust. Greater Resolve, Adept. And what else is in here? 2 Artificers. Alright, Adept. Alright, now we mark that as done. Yeah, literally, if I could just... I'm not going to reroll that because that's an Alder Saga. That stays. Another Breath of Alder, man. Breath of Alder. Cruelty, Winter. You see how, like, the recipes never actually change, though? Like, it's a set for each recipe type? Which means if we figure out every recipe set up here. 3 perfect trans. And okay, maybe. Here we go. Very rare, unique. Perfect Chaos. PC. PE. That is one that we were missing. So that is huge. 3 perfect Regal. Okay, we don't have this one yet either. Medveds. Saga. 3 GR. 3 Greater Regals. Okay. So we just found 2 recipes that we were missing for this here. Okay, we don't have this one either. I spelled that wrong, didn't I? I always spell it with an A for some reason. Mystic, Prismatic, Swift. Cyclonic. Alchemy. Expansive. Oh, this is gonna be a good video when I get like everything compiled and we figure it out. Being able to like make a whole long form on the actual like rune weights in every recipe here. Three perfect dog. 3 perfect regal. That's it. And a new one. Astrid Celestial. We don't have that one yet either. That's the Celestial, right? Okay, so this has been a good one because we found like a bunch of recipe permutations that I didn't already have written down. So that's like puts us like one step closer here. There we go. And next. Perfect all in Ramana's Carnage. Okay. Ire of Alder. Just give us the missing Alder's Saga recipe here again. Ire. Oh, here we go. We don't have this one yet either. Really? Perfect Og, 3 Chaos. What else is here? 5 Mystic. Random. So this is good because we don't have one of these already. So this gives us the what we need for this. Two Chaos. Three Alchemy. 3 Exalt. Alchemy. So, interesting enough, I think there's 2 seeds on this one. I mean, it's an adaptive, like, the adaptive is by far the main seed here. Chaos, 2 Exalts. And then what else? Runic Alloy and Regal. How many Regals? This is the one. Yeah, Regal. Exalt. Alright, that's actually big because that's a recipe that we didn't already have on the list. I don't really want to re-roll that though. Yet. Okay, Perfect Og and Catlas again. And then we start another one here. 2 and all. 1 and all. Oh, that's just an all. Level 20 Repulsion. 20, what else is in here? Level 20 Fragments and Eternal March. Okay, so... Okay, so now we have VP... What else is in here? Concusso. Conductive rune. Concussive conductive repulsion frostline. I'm assuming it's Eternal March again, right? Yeah. And then Detonate Living. Alright, so we're getting closer to having every possible permutation of every recipe narrowed down. It only needs, like... I think I'm missing 2 right now. I'm missing the tin div one. I'm missing, this is a bond rune seed here. Uhtred Siderius. This is a bond, this is a, so that's a bond rune seed. Okay, Medved's tending. Okay, I know that exists. Alright, there we go. And then it's gonna be mastery. What the heck, dude? Mastery, spring, summer. Alright, that's that entire recipe. Okay, that's logged. To reroll this. Again, it's the same thing again. Basically identical. I'm not gonna do that all over again. Like, I just did that entire set. Like, this one can, like... Yeah, but technically I still need to do it if I want statistical odds. So, we're just gonna have to... Let's just go... Copy that entire set. And then just paste it. And that did not work. So, undo. Alright, that's fine. Alright. I think there's like one more remnant here. The only thing I'm missing now is the tin div recipe setup and the the second Alder Saga setup. Like, it's the only like recipe permutations I'm missing. As soon as I find those, it's basically GG. We can then basically start building it. Because, like, at that point, we can start factoring for probabilities based on seeds of the higher socket recipes. Alright, I'm gonna say, are you still here, MB? I'll invite you really quickly here. Now that that's done. Alright. The only thing I want out of here is the Elder Saga. You can have everything else. I don't really need a ton of div at the moment. I'm, like, good. I bought, like, 100 maps for testing earlier today, so... I'm not worried about anything. So, I just need the Elder Saga to, like, get more Elder Saga, like, data. Because that's going to be the fastest way for me to, like, find the actual, stuff that I need. Is running it on Elder's maps here. But we're getting to there. It's getting to a point where, like, there's only, like, 2 or 3 missing recipes. And they're, like, in their actual full recipe combos. So when we get those, it basically is GG. Actually, I might have a screenshot that I can fill in the boon setup with. I mean, I technically don't need to find it because I know it's Catagens, Astrids, and Elder Saga is what I'm missing. I mean, you could take the loot, man. I don't need it. So technically, I don't need to find those recipes. I know what they are. It's just the ones that I'm not sure in the 10 div one. I just need a screenshot of it, like the entire contents of it. Because I don't remember the that one off the top of my head. What's in it? So I would need like to get a screenshot of it to figure it out. But this is hyped because like as soon as like there's like 3 things I'm missing, and then I can basically start compiling everything and pull all the data and look at it like here's every possible rune combination and permutation for every recipe, and then that lets us, and then we can use that to find seed weightings. And then we can build like an actual like probability calculator as far as like everything goes. Like that's gonna be hype. Oh god, I'm about to die. My computer is melting. Ow. Well, I paid for the waystones and the tablets at least. And it gave us some useful data on all plus 7 maps, because like before I hadn't had any all plus 7 data either. So getting two older all plus 7 map setups worth of data is still also really useful. I didn't even pay attention to the rune setup here. I just set it and went. Alright, let's see. Does jewels really boost DPS more than gems and gear? It depends on the jewels. It really depends on the jewels that you have. Like, if you have, like, a really good, set of really good ones, it's like, got, like, the 50% or 60% X to whatever fixed set, then yeah, the jewels will boost it that much. If you don't, then, like, and you're just running some random jewel, yeah, it's not going to do much for you. Alright, so that gives us another Alder Saga to run. I'm just gonna, like, see if there's any more for me to open up another Alder Saga here. Alright. Baron Atoll, all plus 6. Nothing to drink. A good fellow. Something fishy. Yeah, that's 4. Of course that wasn't an Alder Saga, was it? Oh well, that's fine. Okay, I need to go path. Path time. 1, 2, 3 path maps. Yay. Because I need to get to the all plus 6 right here. Because I need more high socket data. That's what I'm missing right now, is data on high socket remnants. Yeah, all plus 6. Time. Yeah, you did fine, man. I almost died, but you did fine. What build are you trying to run, Te? Here. I mean, there's some builds that are just so strong that it like, all it does is augment it slightly. Like, there's builds out here, like, this thing does, like, if I have everything running, it's pushing, like, 800 million DPS, technically. Like, there's certain builds that, like, if everything's going on them, then it's, like, it just is so much damage that you don't need that. It just depends on what you're building. Like, the stronger the build is at its core, like, the less you need all the, like, the stupid, fancy, like, expensive stuff, you know? So, I'm not too familiar with Cold Chronomancer. I've never actually played it. Or, like, Chronomancer period, so I wouldn't know on that one. Alright, so that'll give me... Man, I just need the missing Alder Saga recipes and rune combinations. That's really all I need. I'm missing the Alder Saga, the 10 div, and then the boon setup, but I can pull the boon setup from a screenshot. Don't let me forget before I start the all plus 6 maps. I need to go change the setting on the spreadsheet from all plus 7 to all plus 6. Because if I forget to do that, that'll be a problem. like 160k. I mean, the DPS calculations aren't really all that accurate, even on POB Ninja, because there's stuff that doesn't account for, like, right? Like, do you have Headhunter? Like, Headhunter is a massive DPS bump. And if you don't have it, it'll, like, double your DPS. Headhunter actually is more DPS than Mageblood. The only reason Mageblood is nice is for its, like, quality of life utility, but Headhunter is technically more DPS. And it's technically better survivability, too. For the most part.
I am Tukohama's hammer.
You got Rakiatas. Yeah, then you should be alright. Like, you should, honestly, yeah, because you gotta remember, POB doesn't calculate for Rakiatas. It doesn't calculate for a lot of the buffs that you can have active on yourself. It doesn't calculate for, like, Headhunter's DPS. So there's a lot of stuff that the POB, it just doesn't do a good job of calculating. So, like, if you have a Rite of Passage charm, it doesn't calculate for that. One thing I would say, if you don't have a Rite of Passage charge, since you're running cold, it might not be a bad idea to go get, like, a Owl Charm. That'll give you more energy shield and a lot more damage. And I don't think they're expensive at the moment either. I think they're only, like, a handful of div. I don't want that one. I want that one. Origin in the Fall, Blinking Awful. Okay. Put these in, and I need to go set this to an all +6 in the spreadsheet. So scroll all the way up to the bottom here, or the top here, and change the toggle to all +6. Okay, I have everything. We're good. Alright, let's see. What has this got? Oloroth, Varana. Okay, so we gotta go. Wait, that's not supposed to be there. That's supposed to be here. There we go. Alright, that fixes that. Okay. Saga. Did I spell that wrong? Yeah, so those have 2 S's. Duh. Okay, Uhtred's. So, fingers crossed I find the missing like 2 recipe combos that I need, and then I can actually start building a model for the rune weights and shapes and recipe combinations here. Greater Adapt. Artifice 2. 2 Artificers. Robust. Resolve. Adapt.
Another.
Come on. 3 PR. Charles Triumph. G, 3GR. Next line. Next Remnant.
Step on the road less traveled.
Utrids. I don't think I have that one yet. And then what, 3GC? Uhtred's Dreadgate or Chaos. Okay. Man, this Alder Saga recipe set, man, I have like 3 of them so far. I'm just gonna copy the entire set because it doesn't freaking change. Come on. Stop doing that. Fucker. There we go. Alright. Yeah, since that it doesn't change. It's the same every time. So, like, at this point, like... I could almost write a script that would just autofill it here for the... when it starts finding those, like the well, based off the top socket for most of that. Void Flux, Decay, Discovery, Shattering. I am not actually even running. You can if I can invite you after I'm done like doing the logging on this map and I can run the map with you. If that works. For you. Man, I just need 2. I'm missing 2. I think I'm missing like 2 recipes here. Okay, so we already have that Olroth set up right here. Yeah, that one is the same as this one. Yay. I'm literally just speeding this up at this point. That's not what I want. Passion of Alder, 3 graded trans, and then it goes all the way down to the Uncut Skill Gem. Okay. Come on. Right here? Yeah. It's much faster just to do it this way. Like, the recipes that I already have, like, copies for. Dang it. If I can stop doing that. Because they don't change. Like, it's, like, at all. And a new one here. And then Passion of Alder again. So basically we just do exactly what we just did there. And we paste it again. Because it's the same every time. See, now that I have like enough of the actual recipes set up here, it's actually I can just start copy pasting it. Okay, do I have a Rain of Blades remnant already? I don't think I have this set up. Do I have one that starts with Rain of Blades is the question here. Okay, nope. That is not a Rain of Blades start. Not a Rain of Blades start. Oh, right here. So, I just need to take this. Because this one is one of the really long ones. This will take like forever to do. Double check that it ends on Animus Splinters. It does. And then we just go over down to the bottom and we paste it. Again. Every recipe is basically the same. Once you have it once, you have it every time. 3GR, 3GC, 3GE, 1GC. Oh. Duh. 1GC. GE, GR. So I just need the ones that I'm missing, which is like only a handful. Medved graders. Alright. I'm missing the setup for 10 div, I believe, and and I'm missing the setup for the boons, but like, yeah. Verana Saga, 3GR, X, reroll, bitch. Trap Alder, Agony, Draining. It would be much easier if the wiki had this data, but like, it doesn't. So like, I have to go do it all myself here. But once it's done, it's done. Unless they go through and change it. That's the blade setup again that we just had. Actually, I think that's still pasted in the clipboard here. Perfect trend and colors. So at this point, I have 1,000 lines here of remnant data. Is actually, I might need a new sheet now. If it's not tracking, okay, what do we got? We got... Oh yeah, it is not tracking at all. I need a new sheet. Okay. We need to make another copy of this. Okay, so now I just need to go and clear the main logging page because, like, for some reason it stops it's not logging past 1,000 remnants here. Delete. Clear the log. Yes. But it does not clear the... Oh, that's going to be annoying. Okay, you know what? We're just going to use the public sheet and make another copy of that one. Where is that? That's on my Discord, right? Okay, I guess that's up 3. I'm running Jado. All plus 6. Jado. And this is... I'm pretty sure... Which one am I running on this? Unexpected missions. Alright, there we go. Okay. Perfect trans. Yeah, that's just straight up does not work now. That's gonna... Sovereign... I'm gonna spell that. Sovereign, Mystic. Bro, I filled 1,000 lines on that first sheet already today. That's kind of nuts. Alright. Perfect hog thruds. Wait, do I already just have that copied? I do. And a new one. Blazing Flux. Lesser Robust Rune. Lesser Desert. And too wet. Okay. Yeah, I filled 1,000 sheets of data so far on that first one. Catagans and Epiphany and so there is a version of this that spawns Alder Saga. There's a version of this rune shape. But I don't know what the... It has to be what the trigger is for this one yet. Catagans Epiphany and... Steel Alloy. Celestial. Okay. This sheet, is it one that starts with annul? How many is on this? 1. Okay, do I have a 1 annulment set up? 3 annul, 2 annul, 1, that's all the same one. It needs to start with 1 annul. I don't think I have this one. No, I do not. Interesting. Okay, so the main sheet doesn't have this. So the first sheet doesn't even... I've never seen this recipe before then. Level 20 con. Level 20 repulsion. Level 20 fragments. Level 20 eternal. Okay, VP. No, that's supposed to be VP. VP. Concussive. Conduct the runes. Okay. Crossline Nerva, detonate, living, eternal march. Okay, that's done. Alright. Only a man, I just need another one of those Rain of Blades ones, dude. And again, I'm glad that I had that one saved on the clipboard, because it is such a long entry to do. Here. Alright, so who is wanting to leech? I am done logging on this map, so you can come if you want. I'm not gonna set up the strong boxes. I don't care. If you don't actually want to leech, if you're not even still here though, then I will just like move on to the next one because I'm not literally. I'm just trying to get this done quickly. I am trying to find a very specific version of the Alder Saga recipe and the Tin Div recipe rune shape. And that's basically the only rune shapes that I'm currently missing for the entirety of their like recipe combination lists. And then I should be able to like start looking at like statistics and everything once I get those. Because I've found every other one at this point. I'm just missing those two. Honestly, now that I have all the combinations like that, I could probably write a script that just autofills it after the top line. For at least most of them. And that would make it easier for everyone else wanting to use the sheet, too. If I just wrote a script that basically autofills it after that top line is done, that would basically fix any issues. The sheet's currently, like, that would make it a lot less tedious. Because there's just, once I get the last, like, handful of recipes that are missing, I could just put, like, an exception that if there's, like, multiple secondary items for that same recipe set, that it just, like, it makes you do it manually, but for, like, the ones that are, like, the 20 ones, like, the level 20 Rain of Blades and shit like that, we could probably just make a script that does it for you. But we're assuming it doesn't change the recipe patterns when you go up a tier. So, like, we would have to get, like, a bunch of data for tier 15, too, because I don't have any right now. Which would actually be really interesting if it changes that as you go up tiers in like like map level, area level type thing. Oh, I'm out of energy. No wonder I'm like struggling here. I'm out of mana. Where is the last mob? I really don't care at this point. I'm gonna be honest. I'm literally about to just go teleport out. This is wasting time. Yeah, we're done here. I don't care about the loot. I don't need the loot. And it's making it take longer to do what I actually want to do. Because, like, we're basically right on the verge of, like, getting it all figured out at this point. Here. Five socket, 5 socket, 5 socket. I just need like a 7 or an 8, please. No, no. Six. 1, 7. I mean, the 6 is useful. There, I guess. Ostafol, sulfite, no. I need a fucking O+7. There we go. Okay. That's what we needed. Yo, thanks for the follow, Doge. Yeah, I actually did a lot of more data. Like, so basically, I actually updated the data gathering tree, right, Doge? So this lets me track the map tier, area level, the amount of mods on the map, the amount of mods coming from tablets, the total mods on the map. There's a toggle button for like the Alder Saga affixes. There's a toggle for like your Atlas Master. There's also you go in here and you just set all your Atlas Master perks. Same thing on this one, and you just tell it what to do. And then there's a toggle here to mark there's a new remnant. So here you just like drop this down. So basically it lets me log the entire remnant combination for every single possibility that there is. But I'm just missing a few recipes. Like, I'm missing one of the Alder Saga's recipe combinations, and I'm missing, at the moment, I think that's about it. It's just one of the Alder Saga combos. Here. So once I get the missing Alder Saga combos, though, or not the Alder Saga, the missing, like, yeah, that's what I mean, Alder Saga, like, what am I saying? Yeah, but so once I get that one of the missing one for that, it should basically just all fall into place. Because then at that point I'll be able to figure out the seed weights. Once I get like at least one sample for every recipe type. And once I have seed weights, it's basically just GG. At that point, once I know the seed weights, I can literally just make a model for and then calculate the probability of every recipe occurring off that seed weight list. So I am building the seed weights right now, is what I'm doing. So on the first sheet, I already filled one sheet full. I need to do another sheet, probably. And then after that, there should be almost enough data here. I'm hoping. Well, it's actually getting faster since I know most of the recipes. For future data gathering, I can write a script that basically, since the combos never really change once you have like the entire list for the top line, I can just write an autofill script for the spreadsheet, and basically make it so there's only like one rune combination, it just autofills off of that script type thing. So I only have to start writing the top line, which I'll probably do after stream tonight, now that I have enough data to, like, actually do that. And then that'll also get pushed to the main sheet that's public for everyone, too. Alright. Let's see, make sure my toggles are set for alders, all +6. Yeah, okay, we're good. Yeah, so basically it writes everything to this export sheet right here. And it goes over everything. It logs your Atlas Master perks, it logs the map, it logs every remnant setup, it logs the Alder Saga affix if there is one, it logs the map, the total amount of map mods, your map tier. So basically everything is tracked. I literally just custom built this for doing this. And then do that. Re-roll it. Okay. 3GR. 3GC. 3GE. GC. GE. GR. Done. And that's that remnant.
Another step on the road less
Go
traveled.
over here. Perfect Og, Katlas. And that's done. Oh, I don't want to do that. Yes, I know. Thank you. Really? How badly did I mistype that? Pretty badly. Master resolve. To. You know what's that's interesting though? The wiki doesn't have all the recipes. I've had to add like 3 or 4 of them in here because they don't exist on the wiki. Because when I built this, I just pulled all the recipes off the wiki, right? And like, yeah, I've had to like manually input like 3 or 4 recipes because they don't exist on the wiki. Here. There actually really isn't that many total permutations based off everything here. So like, see this? I just had that that flux setup right here. I mean, this is a different one. This is the chilling flux setup. But like for the most part, the top line, there's only a few that have like different recipes based off their top lines here. But the top line, if you know the rest of it, you could just basically write a script that fills it from the top line because, yeah, the 2 scrap recipe that I just put in, by the way, that's not on the wiki. I just inputted that. I had to do that earlier. The 1 div recipe also isn't on the wiki. Oh god. Yeah, we're gonna just do it this way. Yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah, because you see it's the same thing here. Right here, so like Alder Saga Adept, I already had that logged. That recipe is like in the database right now. So I don't even need to, like I already knew exactly what it is because it's the same every single time. It's just the wiki doesn't have the actual total recipe combinations, so like I'm having to go find them. Room Fathers, I'm pretty sure I have that recipe logged. Can I spell? Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's an X on the top. So that the X marks it. It's a new remnant. So basically, all I have to do is copy it to the point of it where the next X is. So it says like the 3 perfect og right there. Double check that this is the same one. Runic alloy. And then just... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Done. So like, this is actually faster. It is speeding up since I know the recipes, weights and everything here. Okay, so that's the same Alder Saga reroll that I just had, so I could go over here and just copy it till the Adept rune. Put it right here again. That's done. We're still missing one of the Alder Saga recipes, though. Skyfall. Do I have that set up here? Let's see. Maybe I don't have that one yet. Level 20 Rain Alder. No. Okay, so that might be one that I don't have. Interesting. So yeah, I gotta log this entire thing. Okay, so level 20 Sky. Yeah, I definitely don't have this. I have not typed in Triskelion Cascade once. Okay, typo? There it goes. Yeah, I did typo that. 20. Yeah, I don't have this one. This one's a brand new one. I haven't seen this one yet. That respond. Oh, oops. That should make it work. Oh, yeah, there we go. Level 20 ley lines. Really? Oh, typo to get it again. So, that is actually good because we don't have this one, so it's like healing runes, Skyfall. Again. Triskelion Cascade. It's going to be basically the same order. Refutation, Reprieve, yeah. Runic. Okay. So each one of these that I find the combo for that I don't already have, it just puts us one step closer to being able to, like, figure out the rune weights. Because I think the seed runes are weighted, and that's what's going on in the back end. Okay, so, like, level 20 Rain of Blades, we definitely have that one right here. See? So, like, I have this one. So, we're just going to copy it straight up down to the Animus Splinters, because this one's a pain in the ass to type. And then we're going to paste it. And then do that. Double check that it's the same one. Inzel Animus, yep. Okay. This one I think I do have too. I know I have this set up. Yeah, starts on Olaros right here. So we just copy this down to the point where... There. Ooh, that is not what I want to do. Double check the recipe. Yep, it ends on adept. Well, that's the thing. Like, each one of these is basically always going to be the same. It's just we didn't have any data on it. Is the problem. Transcendent alloy. Start a new rune. Piranhas and 3G greater exalt. So. Okay, 3 GR, 3 GC, 3 GE, GC GE GR, GC GE GR. All right, that's done. Yeah, so what I'm missing right now, there is an Alder Saga recipe that gives that's I think it's like Catagans, Astrids, and Alder Saga, and I haven't seen it right to get it logged. I've seen tons of all the other Alder Saga recipes, but I'm missing that one. Three. Jewelry. Yeah, so you know which one I'm talking about, right? The 3 Alder Saga, not the one that has the Alder Saga in the first slot, but the other one. I'm missing it. I haven't seen it yet. I'm also missing the 10 div recipe, the 10 div one. Those are the only ones that I still haven't seen. That's why I'm trying to push Alder Saga maps right now. Because the odds of finding the rune shapes that I'm missing are much higher on there. Yeah, if you have it, I'll just input it. Honestly. And then we can start, like, putting together a database of all the possible combinations. And because at that point we can determine, like, oh, this rune is, this combination is tied to this combination, so it needs both of these seed runes possible to get to it, you know? Because that lets us, that basically gives us everything. Like, if we have every recipe, it will literally, because, like, if some of them have to have, like, multiple things present. Of it. That's fine. That's fine. I need an Alder's Legacy full set, too. I don't have that one yet, either. Did I just log one of these? I did. Oh, this was the GR first one. 3GR. Yeah, I got you 1 second. The bot hasn't been working today for some reason. But I'll just post a link. I got you. Okay. Invite. Edit. Permanent. I also put the link to the spreadsheet set up in the bot so people can copy it and use it if they wanted to. Here as well. Yeah, just put it in general. You're good. Okay, so and if you're interested, the spreadsheet that I'm using, there's a blank copy of it pinned in the announcements channel here. PGR. Yeah, let me know, because that's the I'm missing that one and the Elder Saga one here. Yeah, I know. Archery trans, so I don't think I have archery logged. Perfect trans. PA. Why does PT work and PA? I need to fix that. And again? Didn't I just write this whole one down? Yeah, I did. Yeah, so like right here, this one has a Oath Rune seed, but also an Opulent Rune on the 3. So for this to hit this combo, it has to roll with both the Oath Rune seed and Opulent in this slot. So like with all the data we've gathered, we can figure out like the occurrence rates for all of this now. If that makes sense. So now that we know, like, oh, this is like only these recipes can spawn, and we can link the recipes that spawn together to figure out occurrence rates, like, it basically turns it, like, we have enough data almost to basically, once we get all the missing recipes here, and what all spawns with them, I can then, like, go for seed weightings and make the calculator basically almost perfect for what it is on it. I'm just gonna do the Elder Saga ones here. So it's kind of actually getting exciting because we almost have everything I actually need to like properly assemble. Like, oh, this is how often you're gonna find a boon set up because you need all 3 of these runes to also like spawn, and this is the occurrence rate for those runes, you know. Because I think it's some sort of, like, dependency system. Like, it's like, it rolls that way. But I do have an all+7 map that I have ready to go now that should help with that. I'm hoping. Oh, where is the all plus 7? I don't really have the actual statistical averages. We would need a lot more data on the Alder Saga maps, just like from the community as a whole, to like figure that out. Cause like that's really hard to like judge. I would say it's somewhere around a 5% occurrence rate if I had to guess from my own experience on seeing them here. Yeah, let's get to that all plus 7 really quick. We need that. That's what we need right now more than anything. We need the high socket things data, and the odds of finding that is going to be drastically higher on an all plus 7 map than any other map at this point. It ain't cheap. I mean, but I'm at the point where I don't really need gear at this point. So, it's basically just like, if I need money, I just go spend a day and like actually like farm GE for divs. I can make like 600-700 divs in a 6-man in like in a few hours, usually. And then I just use that for testing, for the rest of the testing. So, it ain't too bad. And then like, doing this, I'm like over-sustaining Alder Sagas. Like I have like 6 or 7 of them right now. So, we're good on that. What can an Alder Saga get? I'm sorry, I kind of knew the Expedition area. Alder Saga gets, its own, like, specific special modifiers. So, the most common one is all plus 5, which means none of your remnants can roll under a 5 socket. Then you have all plus 6, and then there's all plus 7. And then there's 1 remnant is guaranteed to be a 7, 1 remnant is guaranteed to be an 8, and then 1 remnant is guaranteed to be a 9. And then after that, you have, Lucky. Which Lucky just basically makes it so everything, when you load into the map, is rolled twice, and it keeps the rarest version of that roll. And it does it, I believe it also functions on the re-rolls, but it would be very hard for me to track and test. So. I mean, since I re-roll everything, I could literally just, like, examine the data and be like, every other roll is a re-roll, or every other remnant is like the same remnant but it's a re-roll. I think so. I'm pretty sure it applies on the re-roll, because I know the Lucky applies like it rolls it before you even just waste some effectiveness work on it. The current working theory on that is we think that it's not the waystone percent itself, it's the actual total amount of map mods that you have on your map that might do something to influence the seed weights. It probably doesn't do anything for like the actual sockets, but it definitely has an effect on the seed weights. And the reason that's important is because the socket count, there's certain recipes. So like if you look at like look at the mirror recipe and the lock recipe, right? Those are 9 slot recipes, but I've never seen one. I've done thousands of GEs and I've never seen one. But I found a ton of like boons and Alder Legacy. So that tells me that that 9 socket recipe has a higher rarity weighting than the 10 slot recipes. So that means like it's probably like that across the board, right? So there's probably 6 slot recipes that have a higher rarity weighting than the 7 slot recipes. So until we know that, we can't actually determine like the statistical odds of occurrence rates, if that makes any sense. So, but once we can figure out the actual seed weights and the actual RuneScape combinations, from there we can basically go and make a actual like working perfect statistical calculator that will basically tell you, oh, you have an all plus 7 map. This is your percentage likelihood of finding a boon. You know? Alright, I need to go and change my setting here to all +7. Yeah, but like even now, I'm still like, yeah, I just burned a ton of Older Sagas trying to find an all +7 map for more testing, and I still have like 2. Alright, we got Transcendent.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Enter X. Reroll. That one I want to. Because that is a really, really long one, and I don't want to type the whole dang thing out. So we're going to do it. We're going to cheat. Perfect trans. And at this point, what we don't find is just as important as what we do find. Okay. Double check this. We're good. Yep. So we just copy it to the Enscott skill gem. Paste it in here. See, it's a lot fast. Okay, 3 in all. Three in all. Now I just copy it down to this line here, the transmutation. Oh, that's a different 3 annulment recipe. There's got to be 2 of these then. It's got to be this one that I'm on. Double check level 20 con. Yeah, that's this one. That's the one I'm on. Okay. Hello? Why did that not update? That should be 40. Okay, that's whatever. Two in all. Didn't I just have that one? Yeah, it's right here. Oh, there, it fixed itself. 3 perfect, 3 PT and Uhtred. How's that spelled? So I thought. Just double checking. Alright. Alright, so I still am missing that one Alder Saga recipe. New Remnant. Betrayal. Betrayal. Okay, which version of Betrayal? This is actually a different Betrayal recipe. Interesting. I don't have this one yet. Ire of Alder. Like, see, this is a different version of this. Compared to what was on the other sheet. Well, I mean, this one actually is the same one, so I guess it doesn't matter what the locked-in rune is. The seed's the same. This is a double seed. Like, look, this roll, it's got a soul rune seed, and it's got a wisdom rune seed. So, unless your thing rolls with soul rune and wisdom, you can't get that, because it's double seeded. So, that is actually interesting. It'll be interesting when I get all the data compiled, too, to see what this looks like, you know? Passion of Alder. 3 GT. Cut skill gem level 19. Ward mine. Uncut skill gem. Ward. Mine. Uncut. Alright. I'm literally missing, like, literally 2 rests. I mean, I need a boon set up, 2 annuls. Did I just have that one? That's the 3 annul set up. Is this the 2 annul setup? Yeah, that is the 2 annul setup. Double check it in game. 2 annul, 1 annul, or detonate living. Yep. Okay. Paste that there. You see how that there's patterns though, guys? Like it's not random. There's double seed setups here at times that determine stuff. Okay. I thought so. Is a yellow slot? What seeds it? No. No. I can actually prove that. Alright, I can prove that on this map. Okay? So, where was it? There was this one here. No, it wasn't that one. Okay. So, this set here, you see that how this has a wisdom rune set here, and it's all that? And then, but then when I did this one before that, it was also on the same setup, but the yellow slot wasn't the seed. It was the yellow slot was over here on the same setup. So that basically tells us that the yellow slot's just for propagating. It doesn't have any weight for the seeding values. Okay, that's just iron out. Yeah. Which, again, is information we didn't know up until today. This one's an interesting one. All right, let's see if we can. So we have an adaptive rune seed here, right? Let's see if we can spot a second seed on this. For time, power. Okay, no. I don't see the second seed on this one. This might just be an adaptive rune seed. Because, like, this is all, like, random looking. Yeah, maybe this one's hidden. Yeah. Rept. Log. I don't think I've seen this one yet, so... Really? How did I misspell that? Oh, duh. Sovereign Ally, PC, PE, PT. Perfect Og. 3 Chaos. Mystic. 5 Random. Swift 2 Chaos. Ooh, that actually is helpful. 3 Alchemy. 3 Exalt. Alchemy. Chaos, 2 Exalt. Runic. Alloy on this one. So I'm getting close to having every permutation. I think I'm just missing a couple. At this point. Okay, so you have what I'm missing, then? On the logging? Oh, that's extremely useful. So it's Catagens, Astras, create, and Altars. Okay. That's a Wisdom Rune first slot seed with a Power Rune second slot seed. So that's a double seed right there. That's why we so it has to have both a Wisdom and a Power seed for that to spawn. Mystic. Prismatic. Swift. Psych. Alchemy. Expansive. Protective. Adaptive. And runic, and then two runic alloy. Yeah, so with those, that is huge because so that means it has to have a wisdom seed on all 3 slots with a power seed. That's why you can't hit it like this. It has to have the power rune seed and the wisdom rune seed on both slots for it to hit that combination. Which literally is what we need to dial in for probabilities. We need to get, like, once we have, like, the occurrence rate for every seed, we can then dial in the actual probability of everything occurring. So, like, the reason this can't hit it is because it doesn't have the wisdom rune seed. It's not a double seed. You know, as soon as I get this done and I make a video about it, it's going to confuse everyone. And then I'm going to post it on Reddit, and they're probably all going to be like, yo, it doesn't work that way. Perfect Aug. 3 Chaos. Mystic. Swift. Yeah, I think what it does is you open the map, it then rolls the seeds for every remnant, right? And if it hits, and the seeds are weighted, and then if it hits 1 seed, then you only get like a set that's related with that single seed. If it rolls 2 seeds, like the Elder Saga one that you just posted in the Discord, then it gives you that set. It just goes off the seeds like that, and then that's what determines it, and then there's the possibility that, like, adding extra mods or something like that to the map gives the seeds rarity higher weight or something like that. And there's also probably a difficulty scaler because, like, like past tier 16, tier 15 versus tier 16, that also probably affects the seed weighting. It's what makes the most sense. Based off what we're seeing and what we've seen right here, I just hit it. Look at this. Power rune seed with a wisdom rune seed. It's double seeded. So that means the stuff like Alder's Legacy and the boons are probably triple and quadruple seeded, like the mirror and stuff like that is, right? Yeah, same here. It is not just necessarily the socket size, right? Like, it's literally, you could be changing the seed weights. Astrids. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Okay, so there's that seed that we've been missing. And that gives me another Alder Saga that I can go run. Alright, the last one here. for this map is... And now I'm just missing... I think it's just the 10 div seed. Winter. And the good thing about this tool that I built for doing this, even if they change the seeds, all we have to do is then like rebuild, is like update the database for the recipes, and then spend like a day or two, go get all the seed info again, and then we can basically make the calculator work every season for getting your boons. That's all that has to get done. So basically, within like the first 3 days of the first few handful of days of a season launching, once I have gear, I can then basically go pull all the seed weights again and again and again. Yeah, I'm just trying to get to the Elder Saga. I want to get off this map so I can try and go get another one. I'm not too concerned about the loot. I've got like 100 of these tier 16s still in my bank. I've got like 4 Elder Saga now, and I've got... Yeah, that's I 100% agree though on that. But I think the seed weights go up with more modifiers on your map, because basically, you gotta think about it. The entire game is scaled around more difficulty equals better loot. That's literally the core premise of the entire game. So adding more map modifiers to your map equals adding more difficulty, right? So based on the entire game's logic, that should be increasing the seed rarity, you know? Now to prove that, that's a different story, because you need like you would need like a ton of data to prove it. But like that is something that can be proven. Like, it's not that hard. It's just something that would take time. Oh, I've done testing on that. Don't worry. I have done testing on that. Like 0 mod tier 16s, like white tier 16s with no tablets with Dory to even out the map level. And then like 7 mod tier 16s. Like, usually the tier 16s, like, they net a little bit of a higher socket rate. The problem with all the testing I've done on that, I wasn't tracking seed weights. I was just tracking socket counts. So, yeah, it shows a little bit higher sockets, but, like, it doesn't tell us anything about, like, is it increasing the seed weights, which is actually what matters. You know? So, I mean, that's the problem. So, basically, I have to go redo everything that I've done as far as that testing goes. But now that we have seed weights, easy. I'll probably write like an autofill script for the spreadsheet. That way, like, you just write the top one, and if there's only like one combination of that top one, or it just autofills the rest of it for you. I don't think that'll speed up data collection pretty fast for you. And then basically, then it just checks the next remnant automatically. I'm pretty sure I can do that inside of a Google Sheet without too much effort. Yeah, exactly. I literally, like, the original Google Sheet that I was doing the testing on, it was very, like, rudimentary. There was nothing built specifically for doing this. And then I was like, and then I realized, oh, there's the seed weighting. There has to be something to do with the seed weighting. So I had to basically go through and custom build an entire Google Sheet with custom, like, back-end scripts and everything to make it work properly for what it was needed for to be gathered. So that was like the last 3 or 4 days off stream was basically, I think there's something like 20,000 lines of function and formulas in the back of that the Google sheet on top of the script. That are also custom built for it. But now that it's basically done, everyone can use it, so that's useful too, because that just gives the whole community the ability to gather more data and quicker than like normal. Especially once I get the autofill scripts done. That basically takes the top socket from the recipe and then autofills it based off of the, if there's like only one setup that can run that type thing, because that'll be perfect, basically. Okay, where is the missing mob? Yo. So yeah, I think the only recipes I'm missing right now is the boons, like the boon setup, like the full list of recipes inside of a boon setup, and the 10 div recipe is all I'm missing. Also that, and I'm missing the mirror and the lock recipes too, but because I have never seen them. If I could get screenshots of those recipes, oh my god, that would basically it could just be like that recipe alone is like it needs a 7 or an 8 slot seed. It basically has to roll 7 or 8 of the exact runes to hit on out of the weighted rune list, and that's why it's so rare, because it requires like a 6 or 7 slot seed. If that makes any sense. Yeah. If you have them, if you have screenshots, post them. If it captures the entire thingy, yeah, go for that, for sure. Because that's literally all I'm missing. I'm missing 3 permutations, and that's it. Then we have the whole picture. And I can start throwing together the back-end calculations once we get those last 3 missing permutations. Here. Okay. I mean, as long as we have it without the boons, I might be able to go off screen, off of one of the stream VODs too, where I found one and they just fill the boons in. After that, too. I mean, that might be something I can do. I might get some water really quick after this. Alright, I will be right back. Okay, you're back. Honestly, we could probably dig through Reddit and find it. The hammer +2 random on tablets. Yeah, so what I think it is, it's rune weight. Every rune has its own weighting system, right? So, like, some runes are weighted, like, as being rarer than other runes. And to hit so the way it works is, you have every recipe has a seed, right? Some of them have multiple seeds. So it takes the rune rarity weighting and then uses that to roll for the seeds. And if it hits more than one of the correct seeds, then that's what determines socket count. And like those like mirror recipes, the high-end boon recipes, stuff like that, it might have like 3 or 4 different seeds that it has to roll and hit for it to be able to hit that recipe. Does that make sense, guys? I'm hoping if I would like spam enough high-end Alder Sagas that I would just find a boon by now set up so I could just use that. But no dice so far. I'm just gonna go, actually, yeah, let's open those up here too. Even if it's only 2, I don't really care at this point. We need all +7s. There's 1. Okay, so there's another all +7 that I can run. Alright, so I'll run the all 6 and all 7s. If I can find like enough all 6s, or like all 7s, the odds of hitting a boon just get higher and higher and higher.
Another step on the road.
Okay, so we have 3 div, 2 div, and 1 div. Look, this is double seeded. No, triple seed right here. See? It has a death rune seed, a power rune seed, and a life rune seed. I think that's how it's working. Let's see, is this a double seed setup too? Because this is like a lower quality recipe, but look, it's only a single seed. It's got a fire rune seed. Double seed. No, triple seed. This is a triple seed. Soul rune, power rune, wisdom rune seeds. Yeah. So basically, with the way it works is that it rolls the remnant, and then it has to, then if it rolls a soul, a wisdom, and a power, it seeds the rest of the remnant, and this is the roll you get. I've never played a minion build, so probably not. What's wrong? What's going on though? Look. The problem is these like one runes, these ones, the seeds here. It makes it hard to, like, determine, like... Okay, new remnant there. Attain the menu, usually attain the visa. After I capture the rare monster, it's not spawned for me. Only gem skills change the name to companions XXX. I have no idea on that one, because I've never played a that build, or played with the minions like that. So I wouldn't even know where to, like, begin to help on that one. I am sorry. Archery, what is that? PT? Yo, I think we've got it cracked for the most part. Let's see. So this has a. Where's the seed set up on this? This is the weird one. Okay, so it's got a Tempest Rune seed, and there's no. Is there not a second seed on this one? I don't see the second one. I think this is just a single seed. Three PT. Let's see, what is this seeded as? We've got the main seed here. And then after this, it's kind of just like, you got double time rune here. And power rune. I think it just, this one has to roll with the, see, this one doesn't make sense. I don't see what the seed is here. This one might just be random. Like, some of them might just not have, like, it might just be different socket seeds. Which, I mean, we can figure that out, too. That's not a big... That's not something that's hard to figure out. Just plug the sheets into, I wonder if the sockets are a seed too, or it might be. I mean, the only real way to figure that out is just, like, getting more data, you know? Chase, Wisdom, Archery. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was an easy to identify double seed. Like, if you look at this one, it has this. This is the Cyclonic, but then everything else on this surge slot all the way down is seeded with life runes. So it could just be that, like, it's a seed in that way too, right? Alright, so we need... Alright, because I am not doing this. I'm just going to copy paste it here. Yeah, not that one. I wonder... You know, that is actually interesting. Because this is, the same recipe all the way down is the 9-socket version, but the 6-socket version's the same. Recipe all the way down. I just noticed this. Look, so this is the 9-socket. It's a 3-and-all, 2-and-all. But then the 6-socket, it goes all the way down to the Eternal March. This is the 6-socket version right here. 1-and-all, all the way down to this Detonate Living right here. It's the same recipe, but the seed's just slightly different. And that gave it the socket count. Let's see, null, conductive, repulsion, nova. Okay, that's right. That's right. Versampile. Yeah, it's the same recipe. It's just those extra 2 annulment orbs determines if it's a 6-socket or a 9-socket. Ooh. Level 20 flux. Do I have that recipe yet? Okay, this is one I don't have. Uncut skill gem 20. Okay. For every recipe that we find that we haven't already logged, it just puts us one step closer to, like, cracking the entire thing. It could be that there's, like, it has to hit, like, so basically, see how this has a momentum rune seed? And then it has the oath rune seed here. It could be it rolls it like that. Like, there's some sort of, like, mechanism that, like, does that. Then it has to hit all this. There could be a 3 seed. It just looks like a 2. Utrids. I gotta get to that other all +7 that I just opened up and see if we can get a boon set up, and then we can then we'll have the seed for that. Because I guarantee you, if it's got the same setup seed as the 10 div, right? It just for it to hit the difference for it to hit 10 div and a boon is probably like a 1 seed difference or something like that, you know? It has to hit like an additional seed or something like that.
Another step on the road less traveled.
GR, GC, GE, Oath Rune, Opulent Rune, Double Seed on the first on the top 3 sockets. Three GR, 3 GC, 3 GE. GC, GE, GR. I think we almost have enough data that we could basically 100% confirm how this is working almost. I just need, like, I'm just missing 2. I get those missing 2 recipes, we can, go from there. Okay, new remnant. Look. Where was that annulment setup right here? Because look at this annulment setup. It's the exact same setup all the way down the list, except for one hit, except for the 7 socket versus the 9. If it had that third annul, it would have been the 9 socket. But the whole recipe is the same. Like, the recipe doesn't change. It's just it hit the one, it didn't hit the right condition for it to be the 3 annul versus the 2 annul. I am about to lag out. It is trying to DC me from the game. I think I basically have it cracked. Okay, what was the other one? Uncut skill, gem 19. Is that skill or spirit? Yeah, uncut skill 19. Nourish. Mint. Courage. Desperation. Disintegration. Protection. And reinforcement. Done. Here we go. Reroll it. What do we get? Level 19 flux. So we can go, we know from that we can go. So we have that recipe already written down. So we have that logged. So all I have to do now is find the one where it's the whole list here. Wait, do I not have a recipe where it's just the whole list? Level 18 flux. Okay, it starts on the light on the night. Yeah, I do. Okay, it's right here. And that ends in bitter dead, right? Yeah, okay. Yep, that's all we need. No. Experiment. Yeah, once I get after stream today, I'll probably make like an autofill script. And then that'll basically be good enough for this. It'll actually make this a lot faster because, like, yeah, for the most part. GC, GE, GR. Rana Saga and 3GE. Next Remnant. Breath of Alder. Transmutation. Yo, this is actually we literally I just need a boon. I just need a set of I just need the full boon set. And we'll be good. Are you kidding me? Oops. Rune of the Sky, Erosion, BP, Rune of Blades, Runic Infusion, Extraction. That's Runic Extraction, right? Yeah. Bro, did it just DC me? Again? I just logged into like a non-seasonal character, didn't I? That does not work. Fist of Calgur. What the heck? I'll take barrier. Hollow shell. Okay. Explosive transmutation. Animus splinters. Okay, that's done. Alright. Making progress. 3 div, 2 double seed. Look at this. Actually, no, this is the triple seed one. See? Death, soul, power, and life. This is a quad seed. This takes... No, this is a full... This basically takes everything being seeded. It has, this is a 5 seed recipe set. Yo, the game is like lagging the hell out. Like it's not like I can't even work. Good, I think I have enough data at this point that I should be okay. No, I want to... Wait, I don't even need that. Honestly, I just need to... I didn't even need those screenshots, technically. If it's just a lock on that recipe and there's nothing else in there, and it's just a 9-stock lock recipe, that's probably the entire recipe is the seed. So it has to roll that. So it's probably the entire recipe is the seed. It's a 9-socket seed. Yo, if I can't actually do this, like, well, I'm not just gonna, like... We're just gonna call it for the night. Go assemble the rest of the data. Because, like, if the game's gonna be bugging like this, there's not much, like, more that I can do today. Okay, maybe if I try a different server. Yeah, server's toast. Okay, Okay. I'm gonna try a different server. Yeah, I don't want to end stream yet. I want to actually figure this out, like the rest of this out tonight. Like, that would be dope, right? Alright, so... Rare unique item, trigger trans. Then it is 3 greater og. Is everything? Done on that one. It DC'd again. I like maybe get enough time to log 1 remnant and it DCs. I'm almost done. I have all the seed weights. I'm missing a couple of entries. And that's it. But yeah, today's been good. I basically now know how everything gets seeded. So there's some recipes are triple and quadruple seeds. But the game's basically dying right now. So... But, we learned a lot today. We basically learned that it's not 1 seed, there's 3. There's not being... Okay, this is a big misunderstanding. People are saying the league is being completely reset. From everything GGG has said and told us, there is no league reset. It's going to be a 1-month-long event league, and that's it. Right? That's all that's it. And then this league, they have stated multiple times, this main league is going to be running until the game launches on 1.0. Like, but everyone just, like, doesn't understand or is, like, spreading some bullshit. Like, but, like, going off what GGG themselves has said, this league's running till 1.0. We might get, like, a couple, like, 1 to 2 month long event leagues that will run in parallel with this league. But this league doesn't end until 1.0. Yeah, if you want to level a Gentling Man, go ahead. You're not going to be missing anything if you do it. Honestly, the league's not ending anytime soon. But this league isn't expected to end for another, like, 4 months in December, as I think when people are going to be thinking it's going to end. The servers are dying right now. I can't even get back in the game, dude. But yeah, I think I have a enough data at this point to actually build a working probability calculator. There's only a couple things I'm missing. I need the entire contents of the 10-div recipe. So I need a screenshot of the 10-div recipe. And I need the entire contents of the Aldrich Legacy recipes. So I need like the entire list. All the way down. This is, yeah, I might actually put a video up on the seed weights soon. I just gotta get through all the data, get it all analyzed here, and, like, go through everything. Yeah, this shit is fucked. Well, I could end stream now and go work on a video and get that done for the seed weights and everything else and do the call that for the day. Or we could just sit here and hope the game comes back together and get more data. But, like, I think we have enough data at this point. Yo, thanks for the follow, by the way, Otto. Because, like, yesterday we didn't log the entire, like, remnant. I only was logging the top line. I redid the entire spreadsheet today. And, so that it was capable of logging everything inside the remnant with, like, and it would give IDs to every remnant we logged. So, that lets us determine, like, how many seeds each recipe takes to hit. So, by knowing how many seeds every recipe takes, then that lets us, that's all, basically all the information that we need to make probabilities. Now the only big thing left is to determine seed weighting. Like, so if every rune has its own weight system in the back end, then if we can determine if we can, like, crack that, then basically I could tell you within 0.001% the odds of finding whatever remnant or recipe you want on whatever map. as soon as we crack that. Which I'm hoping there's enough data now to do between everything from yesterday and today. Because there's about 400 remnants. I did like 200 remnants. I filled an entire 1,000-line spreadsheet and almost 2 entire 1K line spreadsheets today on just the data. Here, I'll show you guys. Alright, so basically this is the way it's set up today. So each remnant has its own ID. And then this is the first sheet that I filled, and like each remnant has its own ID for the entirety of the recipe. So it lets us track seeds better than just, oh, we only logged one recipe, which was what I was doing yesterday. But like this tracks, so like you can see something like this. It has a vision rune seed, and it's a 1 seed right here. But there's like, if you look at the div recipe right here, where is it? See, this has a death seed, a power seed, and a life rune seed. That means it has and vision on the top too. So there is 4 seeds, or almost before this hits. No, 5. Yeah, this is a 5 seed recipe. So basically, it has to hit all 5 of these seed states in order to hit 3 divs. If that makes sense. So now that we know all of this, I can actually break I could literally probably go through and break down how many how many 5 seed recipes, how many 3 seed recipes there is in the game now. Like we could use that, we could break that down too. So like which we probably need to do for the math anyways. We need to like break down how many seed recipes on each seed state there can possibly be for each rune type and its weighting. And then once we've got that all added and the math done for all of that, we can then go and calculate the probability odds of finding whatever thing you want. The only things that I'm missing is I need an entire log of the entire, the tin socket. I need the entire tin socket rune. Remnant log. That's why I've been that's why I've been, like, blasting and burning Alder Sagas all day trying to find one. And open up all +7 maps, because that has the highest probability of spawning a tin socket. But I haven't had any luck. I've got one more all +7 I was wanting to run on stream, but the servers kind of just shit the bed, so I don't know. Oh, you're on right now? Did it fix itself? Is it unscrewed? I've tried like 3 times. If it's working, I'm good. We're good here. I'll just do this. So look at this. This has a Oath Rune seed, but also it has an Opulent Rune seed in the 3rd slot. So this is 2 seeds. You can easily see that this is an Oath Rune with an Opulent rune seed on the top. I think it's working now. Medveds and Greater Regal Orb. That's is that 3 greater? It is, isn't it? Alright, look at this one. Alright, so you see this has a moon rune seed here. So this is a single seed. It looks like. None of the other runes match, so it's just a single, like, moon rune seed. It's probably it goes off the slot, too, right? So if it hits moon rune on this slot here, then it probably seeds it for this item. Is what I would think is going on. Alright, there's nothing useful here at this point. I need to get to the other all plus 7. Try and hit it. Because I know it's going to be missing the boons, but like, even if it's missing the boons, I can still like use that. You know? Okay, where the fuck is that all plus 7 at? Did I lose track of it? I thought I had one. One 7. Five. 1 7. Need to open this, that, with Alder's Sagas really quickly. I need all plus 7s, unfortunately.
I'll post it right away.
Open that. Open that. All 5, 1 7, all 5, all 6. Nope. Okay, what opened up here? Megaliths 5, 1 7, 1 6. Nope. One 7, 7, 7, 1 7. God damn it. That wasn't Alder's. Well, I tried. No all plus 7s though. I have one right here. I just need to get to it. So, we got the 1. We're just gonna hope we get the, what we need. Because that's what we're missing. We're missing the 10 socket recipe setup. If we can pull that, and we can get the entire seed list for the 10 socket recipe. Because I can just add in retroactively, like, the boons and everything, right? I just can't add in, like... And then from there, like, I can also probably get the 10 div recipe, too.
Have you come to joy, my beloved?
We just gotta get everything we need. Like, we're literally missing 2 recipes, and that's it. And then we have everything. So the next map is gonna be all 7. I gotta go up here and I gotta set the thing you do in all 7. The reason I do that is it logs that it's an all 7 map, so it doesn't create like unrealistic rarity skews.
It's your lucky day.
Because it just marks it on the log sheet that, oh yeah, that's an all +7 map, so like everything in there is above 7, you know? The problem is the PoEB database, actually my database is, this is funny. So my database at the moment is actually more comprehensive on Grand Expedition than the PoE one is. There's recipes on my database that don't exist in theirs that are in the game. And there's no information on seeds in there. It just gives you the actual recipe counts, but it doesn't tell you the recipe combinations because it's like what's in the remnant. It's not random. It's a set fixed thing. So like there's different. It depends on different seed states. And like none of that's on the wiki. Yeah, but you gotta remember, I'm basically the only one doing the research and the testing on this, right? There's nobody else doing it. And I had to build a custom, basically, tool to even begin to do it. So, like, unless you're gonna go through and make a custom, like, spreadsheet tool with, like, custom scripts to make it work, then, like, there's not an easy way to track that. Yeah, like that the tool that I built for doing this is like extremely powerful compared to like just tracking remnants on a spreadsheet because it tracks literally the rune setup, everything, you know. And then assigns item IDs to every single separate remnant that you log. So that's probably why it hasn't been done yet because it takes custom like built logging tools to do.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Okay. And mark that as a new remnant now. We re-roll it. Okay, yeah, that's what that one's gonna go over here. We're gonna go over here and find, because I know how long that recipe is. The 3 annulment recipe, dude, that thing is long as hell. Another thing is really interesting, right? So the 3 annulment recipe, the really long one right here, see? So this is actually the same recipe. It just has a different seed state every time. So as the 2 annulment recipe and the 1 annulment recipe is the same every single time. Yeah, it is. That is a 9 slot. But the recipe past that 9 slot is the same as every single time. It just has an extra seed that it hits. I don't know the condition that hits that. That just might be in like an RNG, like socket roll based off like the seed count or something like that. But like this, there's a 3 annulment recipe here that's a 9 socket. But the 2 annulment and the like everything under it's always the same. It's never different. It's identical every time, which is interesting because it shows like a clear definitive pattern here that it's just reusing it and rolling sockets too. I have that in my database. I've never seen it. It's on here. Most of my database was pulled from the wiki. But all of these here, all these ones that I've had to go through and add weren't in the wiki. I've added all of these to the database here for mine. They're, especially these two weren't. I added these two. So it's actually missing. Because, like, my database was pulled, like, the majority of it, I pulled it from the wiki. And it's missing stuff. And this one is Thruds. Passion of Alder. BGT. Uncut skill gem level 19. Ward. Mind. Uncut skill gem. So yeah, that's the biggest problem. Is that and the problem, another problem that is the wiki that's not accurate. It tells you the recipe, but it doesn't tell you the seed states, right? So I can go pull recipes from the wiki, but it does us no good without knowing the seed states, unfortunately. Because it's just like half the information. Wait. Gosh. So that's 3 PT. Okay, so here, basically, so this is the same recipe as the 9-socket one. The only difference on the seed states is one hits 9 sockets and one doesn't. But, like, overall, it's the same recipe. And so I could basically just copy-paste it. it just not hit the 9 socket and take it from the 7 socket because it's the same all the way down. It's just it hits a higher seed state or an extra seed or something on that roll that gives it it. Okay, so same thing here. I don't have to type it all out. I can literally just copy paste it. 3 GT and it ends with a uncut skill gem. Okay, this is the Cadigan setup. So basically, so I'm going to show you an example of this, okay? Of a 3 seed state setup, okay? So look at this. Wisdom Rune Seed, Oath Rune Seed, Power Rune Seed, and then these two have a Death Rune Seed, Death Rune too. So, or sorry, no, so yeah, this is 3. That's Death and Time. They look the same, kind of. But yeah, this is a 3 seed state. Right here. So this, to hit this, it has to roll Wisdom in the first slot, Oath in the third slot, and then Power in the 5th slot. That's the seed state. Three PT and Room Fathers. Okay, that 2 and all is here again, so we just copy this and put it here. Mark that as done. Alright. Alright, so I need the Elder Saga, and that's the only thing I really need out of here. Everything else is logged and taken care of. Oh, that wasn't an Elder Saga? Oh, that's annoying. That was a waste of time.
You've received a shipment. Can I help?
Okay, I will buy one more Elder Saga and see if I can hit something good.
I'll post it right away.
I just need another all +7 map. I honestly, like, I just need, all I need is a boon. Like, I need an Alder's Legacy set up so that I can then take that entire recipe list and then just go from there. Damn, dude. That sucks. Like, I don't even need data on every remnant anymore. I literally just am missing, like, the seed state list for, like, 2 remnant setups, and that's it.
Another step on the road less traveled.
Doesn't matter. Where's the 7 socket? I need a... I just need a 10 socket remnant. I need 1 10 socket remnant and I'd be good. Nope. I have the seed state for every 3 socket. That doesn't even matter at this point, man. Now, you see this one? This one is just a adaptive rune seed, like all the way down the list. It's a 1 seed state setup, so it's very low on the list. The more seeds that a recipe requires, the rarer it gets in the socket. I don't think there might not just be a waiting. It just could be seed states. Which would honestly be like a lot simpler to code than a waiting system for each recipe. Because that would basically create a passive innate waiting system. If, say, something takes like 3 seeds versus a 1 seed, like that creates its own waiting system, there's no reason for an additional one. Oh, this is a rip. Did someone post a screenshot of the mirror recipe on one, like the mirror setup on one of my videos? I think it was on TikTok. Let me check that. Like, I think someone did. Let me check. I think it was on this one. Yeah, I do have a screenshot of the mirror recipe here. It's likely the mirror is just a 5 or 6 socket seed. Yeah, it's the only one that has that seed state. The same thing with the lock. Because there's only a handful of 9 socket recipes to begin with. There's only like 8, I believe, total. I'm gonna path over here and see if I can get off of one of those all plus sixes another maybe it hits a 7 socket. I mean, that's the best odds I have of hitting a 7 socket is an all plus 6. Alright, so that means, what do I have to do first? It's an all 5, so I need to go up here and set this to all 5.
Your corpse will feed the new tomorrow. Utopia cannot be stopped. You don't stand a chance. Utopia awaits, whether you like it or not. Behold the beginning of tomorrow. Die in a pit of
See, what I need is like a bunch of tier 15 data too.
What's new? All right, your order is registered.
Yeah, that's another all plus 6. I also have a couple moors that are bookmarked that I need to run to, but like later. Yeah, what's up? You probably found the right stream if you're looking for info on ground expeditions, that's for sure. So what are you looking what do you want to know? I've been dying a lot in GE from ground explosion. I was thinking of equipping a shield that might help meta get that damage. What's your like energy? What build are you? Are you relying on armor? Or are you like evasion, deflection, and energy shield? Like, what does your defensive layers look like? Yeah, ML navigation. I'm running evasion, deflection, energy shield. I don't really. I mean, I sometimes will die to that, but not very often. Are you running like Headhunter or Mage Blood? Like, what do you have for that, by the way? And like, what's your mana pool? Your mana pool is like 9k. Okay. See, I have deflection, and I have as much energy shield almost as you do mana, but I also reduce the incoming damage by 40% and evade like 70% of it, or like 86% of the hit. So just 9k mana is gonna be hard because I still get one shot. I think you probably, if you can possibly do it, you should you might need another defensive layer. And in Grand Expedition, stuff is hard. Not really. Honestly, like, it literally, it's very rare that I die to a ground explosion. I haven't died in days, basically. Nope. Nope. Alright, I just need a freaking tin socket for science. That's the 5 seed state right there. How do I know which path is better? Like on this, I'm not really pathing for Grand Expedition right now. I'm literally looking for a tin socket remnant for data. That's all I'm doing. I'm missing the seed state setup for that remnant and the tin div like seed state setup. I think actually someone gave it, posted a tin div setup on the Discord here, so that's all I'm missing. Yeah, someone did give me the seed setup for the seed setup for the tin divs, and that one is interesting because that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a 6 div. That's a 6 seed setup on that one. Yeah, Doge. That's a 6 seed setup on that 10 div one. There's 6 seed states right there. That's actually huge. I don't think there's a weighting system on the runes. I'm thinking the seed state setup is the weighting system at this point. That's what it looks like, you know? That's what makes sense. It's not a weighting system. Like none of the runes are weighted, yes or like no. It's just the system is designed around seed state. Like, because at that point, there's no reason to have a background weighting system just taking up resources in the background if it just rolls the seed states off a possible number of seeds, if that makes sense. And then maybe adding map mods just removes some of those lower end seed states' ability to roll. Like, it just removes their type thing, or something like that. The fact that we're, like, so close to having this cracked is insane. Okay, let me add the div recipe here. So it's 10 div, 3 div, 2 div, 1 div. Okay, that gives us this. That's a 6 socket seed. So that means the mirror and the lock recipes are probably just straight up 9 socket seeds. That it has to hit the seed for all 9 sockets for it to be able to roll that. You know? Bro, if this was easy to... If you call this easy to decipher... That's crazy. It took, like, custom-built, like, data logging and entry tools. Really? Okay, I'll just type the whole thing. Unique two-handed mace. That's... maybe I can go... Maybe UTHM? Okay, that actually works. UT? US? Very rare unique item. Alright, let's look at this one here, okay? So, this is a... The main... It's got a power rune seed here. Okay? It's got... Where are the other seeds? I don't even see it here. The only seed that I really see here is the power rune seed. Weird. Yeah, this is a weird one. There might just be recipes that are just random, that, like, are, like, they're fixed, but they're random, right? Yeah, this is the first time I've found that one, too, so that's good. We have this one, I don't need it. I have that one. This is like Pokemon, you gotta catch them all. Yeah, like some of them may not be seed state. They just are like random ones that they group together for a high rarity, like high values for the items. That would make sense. Alright, so based on the current information... we have that one. Have that one. It really doesn't really matter if I log a ton of these at the same rarity, because, like, honestly, at this point, all that we need to know is, yeah, the only thing left that we actually need to know past the seed states is the way that map mods affect the seed states, if at all. And area level affects the seed states. That's the only questions that are left. If that makes sense. That's all we need to know.
Another step on the road less traveled.
All +7 and all +6, all of that probably just acts like it removes different possible seed states. Yo, thanks for the donation, Dodge. Alright, I'm gonna hit that all +6 and maybe we get some new seed state recipes. I really want the boon seed state. Yeah, pray for the 10. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. We need the 10. That's literally the only thing we're missing. We need the 10. Nope. We have that one. We basically, at this point, probably have every possible iteration and combination of seed states. We just are missing that one 10-socket seed state. Have that. We just had one of these. Same power seed state. Don't need it. Yeah, they're like a 1% occurrence rate, man. Like sub 1%. Yeah, I've done like 5 all +7 maps. I probably spent 200 div on sagas today alone, on top of like finding a ton of them. And I haven't found one yet today. Yeah, no 10 socket so far here. There's a couple places I want to still check. I don't know if I checked over here. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah. RIP. Alright. So. Give me a second here. Okay, kill this one for just a second, because we're gonna import So guys, rough outline. So, the odds of finding, because I've been having, I told AI to compile this in the background for a bit here. The odds of finding a tin socket's at 0.8396. I mean, it fucked it up a little bit, but like, for the most part, it's okay. Okay, let's put in a Alder Saga mod. 5% chance. 5.6% chance based off the current seed weights. Granted, we need the seed state data for the tin socket, and then it'll be more accurate for the entire seed state. But for now, what we have, like, this works. Here, actually, this was actually it did already do this. All right, so let's say you wanted a Alder's Saga on a all +7 map with, we'll say you have 40% Jado effect and 3+2 mod tablets on a 7 mod tier 16. %44 chance. So, yeah, I need to, like, retool this and redo it, because, like, some of the calculations I probably need to go in and fix, because the stupid AI that I had do it in the background probably fucked some of it up. But this is it works. It's a seed, instead of using a socket state probability calculator, this is a seed state probability calculator. I'll post it in the Discord and make an actual video on it here soon, though. Like, going over the seed states, how we figured it out, like, everything like that. But, like, once we get the last two things that we're missing set in here, we're good. So, basically, it doesn't have, the current model doesn't have the tin div recipe seed state, nor does it have the, what the fuck? It doesn't have the boon recipe seed state. I might go dig through, like, Reddit or something and see if I can find a screenshot of the boon recipes or something somewhere. Or, like, there might even be one posted somewhere in the Discord. Let's see if we can do that. Let's see if I can scroll up and find someone that posted, that they just found a boon. Oh! Oh, I got one! I found one! I found one! Where was it? What is the seed state? Power rune seed? A bond rune seed with a seed there. And a wisdom rune seed. Let's see. Look at the seed state. That's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That has to hit 5 runes for it to go 10 socket. Yeah, give 1 second, I'll get you an invite. But we can put that into the thing now. The bot's not working for some reason today. But now that we have the seed state for this, that's useful. Okay, now I need to give it the 10 div seed state. Sixth seed state setup. So basically now we know that there's not a background waiting system for the runes. Now we know it's just a seed state. It's just seed states. And it rolls off of like up to like 6 or 7 different total seed states for every recipe. And that the mirror recipe is likely probably like a 7 seed state setup. So for that, it's probably actually the mirror and the lock recipe are probably 9 seed states required to hit it. Like you have to hit all 9 to hit it on a 9 socket. Okay, so and then basically now every patch since the data collection in the tool is built, it's already ready to go. I'll add an extra script that autofills for the current seed states. So like if you find one like it just autofills, you don't have to write the whole remnant out. And then I'll go through and I'll actually properly build this out and we'll replace the current calculator. Because the current one is honestly shit. It doesn't tell us anything. It was just based off socket probability values, not seed state probability values, and we were assuming that, like, yeah, it was just rolling the sockets, versus now we know it's actually rolling, like, multiple different seed states. So, this is going to be confusing as hell for people when I make a video on it. Nobody's going to understand what the hell I'm talking about. Okay, so on that note, I need to get some food and stuff, and I need to get working on the video for this. So I will catch everyone tomorrow, and hopefully by then, I have to rewrite a lot of this by hand. This is just a rough outline that I imported, but I'll have this ready and I'll put it posted in the Discord for everyone. And you'll basically be able to, oh, you want a boon? You tell it the map mods. The goal is you tell it your map mods. You tell it your Ultra Saga fixes. You tell it how many mods you have. And it basically then will tell you how many, finding it, how many maps it's going to take you. So now that we have a proper working outline of the actual backend system, we can determine that. So I'll have to make a whole new video on it, going on over everything, because it's a lot. I can't just like post this. So on that note, I will catch everyone tomorrow, guys. It was great. We found out a lot of new information today. So all right, have a good rest of your guys' evening, guys. Thanks for watching.